Joseph Yamin, Felix Ofosu-Kwakye, with various quotations as attributed to them on the 24-hour economy are all fake news.
They are?
Fake news.
Let's watch some small video and so that we can comment. Let's watch this video.
Bread and butter issues is the 24-hour economy.
On this platform that churns out nothing but the truth, that all the flyers in circulation with the pictures of our national chairman Johnson as Edwin Ketia, Joyce Muktari, Bauer, spokesperson to John Mahama, Kwaku Boahen, Joseph Yamin, Felix Ofosu-Kwakye, with various quotations as attributed to them on the 24-hour economy are all fake news.
They are?
Fake news.
Let's watch some small video and so that we can comment. Let's watch this video.
Bread and butter issues is the 24-hour economy.
The 24-hour economy.
Very well.
The 24-hour economy. We're talking about infrastructure. He said that look, we must continue with our program to have every regional capital having an airport. He's talked about the need to have in agriculture to have farm banks.
So I keep asking
cooperatives. So
wakaso about 24-hour economy. Obi. Me no say. Watch if one in the ton watch it after 6 p.m. Nipas, is it the regular practice?
Maybe because there is no demand.
Absolutely. So
at that time.
So you have to stimulate that demand.
You have pharmacies that are operating 24 hours. They provide security at a cost. President Mahama says the state will take that responsibility to provide security for you. Fuel stations no longer run 24 hours, except few.
So if hold on. I'm just trying to understand. So if I should open my business at night, I shouldn't pay for security.
No, yes, the state
government will pay for security for me.
That is what the President Mahama says.
Is that possible?
No, President Mahama says that we are going to focus on private entities, particular manufacturing and industries. He made mention of even fuel stations. He made mention of pharmacies. The responsibility to maintain security in the state is the responsibility of the police. And the reason why fuel stations, only few, have been closed at night, happened under their administration.
How is that so?
President Mahama says is that, look, we will provide security for industries and businesses who apply to take advantage of the 24-hour economy.
And government will pay for security?
The government will provide security. What are the police there for?
Do we have the money for that?
Don't we have police officers who can patrol the streets?
No, but you're talking about security. I mean, a lot of these businesses have their personal security.
I am saying that the president says that personal security, which you spend so much money, for which reason you can run your pharmacy 24 hours, the state is going to take that responsibility. That is the 24-hour economy.
At what cost?
Oh, at the cost of the state.
It's a 24-hour economy. No. No, you're saying. You be identify sectors you be to me aboa with revenue, with resources, with even technical knowledge, with security. Na ya boa ebia factory bi ana company bi with free zones. Na ya boa na to me asisa because ebia omo machines nkrapo no ebia capacity no eni ho and say recalibration be inti it will be carefully examined and then the companies and now factories and now business establishments are able to me adjustment no yebeye apart from that no so no labor and conform be ye adwuma no say in nhyehyɛ emra emra sesa into even policies and laws ni nyina no ebesisa to realign into nyoma bebre be sesa nhyehyɛ yebeye nhyehyɛ bebre but the basic idea no say instead say wo be yebe ye adwuma 9 to 5 no ye hye say ye betwe aye adwuma 9 to 5 7 to let's say 12 and then 1 to let's say 6 now yenya more employment yenya more resources and revenue yenya more products and a bigger market especially for your export into yebetumi ahwe poultry yebetumi so ahwe some aspects of farming and some production.
Yeah, that's
it. This is the idea.
I know ye ma ye na wasena ye mfa de no ensi.
About the 40 day. Our
24 hours economy.
Now how they know all tias here.
24 hour economy no. Obia tias here. Very very simple. Sisi ya buy about 10. Ekobot 10. Abona ekobot 10. Ya pon another president another program it was it's another 24 hours na yakọ anim. Anambwa. Ya pon mo show na. Still on edda ho. Anambwa. Who put my studios? That's from 10 to 11.
Yeah, and go off.
More but another political program and Kosubium. Another Anambwa.
The government 24 hour economy.
That's your host here.
That's our politics.
Yes, not so was near to us. On also point apart, not a moment do on Musaba. Nay, when still no pong, Obian free as a nice age managed to us.
Nay, bon.
More but a program is a program the pong, Anambwa. Program the pong, Yapon. This year, before now, more train. Now, I can see that time because all the club book them buy. So 1 hour, another 2 hours. Now you are 12, and then 12, 2 and a point, a coffee.
Namoso Pana for Fraba.
Never Fraba.
The politics throughout.
Never say another before for peace FM some year this way. We have blah blah blah. So we wasting now. Now almost air bomb do. Now say one na ekosu. And never my economy yet. Yet me boss you con yet in
24-hour economy no. The ayaba ni say abai ebecha electricity boa ewo from kura edi ama enyuma yefo a mo beba adwuma anajo no ma be ya adwuma enti mo amoye fundraise mo amoye welders mo amokura eka sene ni amane ma mo hia electricity pa no mo penufo na mo adwuma emfaso aba mu a mo be sign na mo ba adwuma anajo use electricity a na ne boa ya dey akofom wo mo ya iron rods ene ya mo use anyamo awode kese no mo be ye mo adwuma anajo a wo be hu se anyamo awode boa be kofom pa aboa mo ama manya mfaso na maburu no so wo mo anya adwuma ai
megidi yesese party no tumi tina se na mo twiro se senior be kono na mo nyina ma no eye ba ko a megidi se be boa yen
Oma prof nche wu ya baba.
Na wadwe na kasa na onye correct internet.
Debbie prof.
The eyes cannot see what the brain does not know.
With the prof with the
I think I've just been insulted.
But
that's the same that's the same. Ubisa in Chechemupe. This is the posture.
Yes. I think we are drawing the curtains here. My name, as you know, Akwesi Bodi Acrobat.
Home touch. Why you Jumanache or experience? It is also son as here. Minister say no baby do ha. See you so baby do ha. If you are baby do ha, throw baby do ha. It will push a lot of guys so almost you correct CEO. I want the implementation you could buy here or baby do ha. Miss in the Ghana there. Proud to that, no. Ebema marketing value no side. Akwaso no. International communities no so be head that fly be say a 24-hour economy no. Aye kan wase no. The team aye dia ye kon ni ko sua nyansa so free.
So we are out back waiting for our zip line delivery. We ordered some groceries to be delivered by a drone that's gonna fly through the sky.
Where are the groceries at? Wow. You got it?
Uh-huh. This is crazy. We're in our backyard.
It's a good size.
And here come our groceries.
Oh, it's pouring it down.
Yeah.
land on comfort.
Seriously? So what do you think?
That's cool.
We've never door dashed, but we zip line.
You definitely take care. Thank you. No tip.
And it's gonna turn around and go back to Walmart.
Just head it out.
Bye, Mr. Zipline. Thank you.
What's the further did it go?
I don't know.
I told you I heard it.
All right, Abusia, me mamuni na jo, me mamuni na kwa ba the bar political zone jumedi so. And then Friday, the 5th of December 2025. Aka emse na me nupe na afini yede yaba ekoma NDC for. Na in fact, wanwa mobo say after 11 months, and I even said 12 months, afini na afimu bako. Na the ankrofo we de beje to me no woman to me ye. Woman ye, woman adwene se woman beye. Eba na sa ema sebiu how do you call it? Opepa ye nya ye de kosa lie ekoto abano na emfaso ambaso amfa mayen. And ye be din komo kakra. Chairman Janis, me pacho me ma 2 links. Look at the links properly. Bako a StreamYard link. That is the link you need to click on to join in. The YouTube and the Facebook link I gave, is for your people who wants to watch. It's for those who wants to watch. Yeah, so it looks like you rather gave the one to join to you rather forwarded that one, and you are using the YouTube one. You have to use the StreamYard link I gave, like we always do, and then I can join you in here. So if you are on YouTube listening now, Chairman Janis, if you are listening to me, you have to use the StreamYard link, not the YouTube link. If you click on the YouTube link, you would only listen in. You wouldn't be able to join the program like we have to do with you. So please, if you can hear me, I seen you've left a message on, you've left a comment on the YouTube channel, and that is why I'm giving this back. So Chairman Janis, please, if you can hear me, move from YouTube and go back into the link I sent, and the exactly proper. That's more like it. That's more like it. All right. I think for more fun champion now, yeah, we're done as sour and tomorrow morning about my allergies and I start to have a so a humanity say sanitize a ground families. Maybe. And then Yama be brave and a Ghana says me no your train agencies na edi home come. Myself say I feel na join here. Share page so YouTuber. YouTube now when they comment I mean who say share me. One can hello hi me who share and that's your Friday until myself YouTuber ja comment tap on it and then share it to other people. So Facebook so now feel na join me am share my na intumi enko nanim. Hey Wilson, I see you. I see Alex Boateng, Joey Sifu Mehu. Why be you? Nane no ama me da sepa wa ha. Dignity Care also sa me ma wakwaba. Doka Sekufu me ma wakwaba. Na ma join with YouTube, any Facebook ni na TikTok fa ma join. Sister Helen me da sepa so to me join me. I feel the year best start Eddie and Komo. And then Komo kakra and pese me debate. Me ne Chairman Janis say one-on-one. Na me pese me ne ye ni sisi na utumi free or na utumi kotwa na dwuma so nti for the first half of the show no. Me ne Chairman Janis Asare Bediako ana engineer Chairman Janis Asare Bediako oye a whole Washington Metro ni na omo chairman ono na me ne be twetwen komo kakra nti aba so amesel say obe tap on the screen obe share na afoforo so etumi ehu. Once again Sister Linda Komedase me who say me now for ni bi so join wa. That's very good. After chairman we will bring all of you on board for us to discuss. And the political zone is going to be too much explosiveness. So if you're the course now, you're not Chairman Janis in we now you're met to us. Chairman.
Hello, Felix. But what do you mean, Cam?
Chairman, Chairman, dear Mr. Wu, Mr. Wood, and carry drug and carry cocaine.
Felix, who had you? I mean, for so how does a chroma say 1 year Juma? On some cow also, yeah, Juma. Yeah.
Sanity. You with the aquabas from Kuna Yamau, na Yada was to say, then now no yaba when I say a beje adventure, see here we input on page say a page phone big keke, name Bomusha in crying now, bana only a baby din como. Wako can simbi. Na media mena makase more diaspora no. Any day a mobile can simbia a bebe news mubia no. Me akwesi apia de metwemo abaha na menemo edi nkomo na yajimu enchirechiremu me twen se ebe lodu awie na me de ato mu ena eda hei chairman enche bia ye wa ha na John Mahama ekoka se yetu sabio gold no ene diamond no na yensuo no say kra na yankasa ni scan by ho. In fact, when taking it easy on Mahama kra as a gentleman as you are no, I remember watching you on Vim Ladies show. You were actually passionate about it, and also education there. But what signed the one work or two? Into me percent me read the outcome keke. Not from there no. Ye je wanu muaye ni nti a ujina aswa. Ema udikodi sa enkomo nti me reading the first, then from there we will take it on. Chairman Janis say o can say we 2nd December senya wo so abetumi aka senya na aka e o say rather than own up to the chaos this government has caused in education, the NDC cowardly blames teachers and exam invigilators as if these professionals lack integrity. The current poor results are a direct consequence of the NDC's failed policies on education and a government out of touch with what really matters in the education sector. From Engineer Janis Asare Bediako, NPP USA Washington area chairman. Chairman, I just read it to you.
Yo, mini me da se pass na me kan na me fa kwan wis na me nchia no chief for na me mbo abaso wo adwuma pa oye e dia boa Ghana for we ndo wo amona ni de ba wani sign de koso Ghana ho de bia abo ho dero na think say na o se nyina ye itimi boy man ho dero ni ma ye na obi atimi hu se na ekoyiye se na enkoyiye so am sansa ensure am san fa kwan wis enso enchia me madamfo me yonko pa dani entry MPP USA youth organizer and Odin the official identity. Danny happy birthday so. Yo Michia pa. Yo Felix yanko wasem so. Okasa about them on education. Me na me tro. So my person me twi Ghana for enya adwen esibi so. On say party bia eba power or any vision, right?
Yeah.
Vision no. Chim. Some of them are the part of vision. Also, any CA, it be also obey. The whole idea is to be able to improve the country, but based on party new vision, no, or making it a big priority. I didn't think America, sir. One of our priority projects was education.
Exactly.
And in free SHS. And in from Dr. Matupoku Prempa Brenso, you invested a lot of money to get SHS done. Papa said Dr. Yewedu Chum. Also to us. And what was the end result? The end result, Nibini said, you're commissioning about 80 schools in one day. I didn't think America, this shows you the focus that the party had on education. Very important. So this is a contrasting NDC here. Because your mama can say, on an Koya or Bemu, you tell me you are Bemna, and can says cano and education. That's something that he said. To become a trigger for education, I'm not saying Mohammed's vision is not good. What I'm saying is that every government prioritizes certain sectors of the government that they think they need to develop the nation. As a party, NPP as a party, one of our focus was education. Because you said the opportunity cost for illiteracy is way higher. So if you can improve the literacy level of the Ghanaian population, we are going to save down the line. And a lot of improvements in the education system. You saw how we built STEM schools. You saw how Ghanaian education, what do you call it? Our education in terms of our education infrastructure improved. But because we had a systematic focus to be able to develop our education system. What did I say? What they did was they brought in a whole different sort of policies. Even the way that the education system was being, school feeding was done. What did I say? The point I'm trying to make is their focus wasn't primarily on education. I'm not saying they didn't want to improve education, but that wasn't their core focus. And that is one of the leading reasons why we are seeing what we are seeing now. Because there was a shift of focus from a government that was education-centered as a priority to a government that is not so education-centered. That's one of the things that I see. To the specific the reason why I said that was one, BBS. Go ahead.
Answer na obeba point no so kran. What can BBS say ma utumi expansion and na so utumi biebie mu kakra. I know say you want to play safe due to your nature, and it is fine. But education, as Oko America a key. Me ba Canada ha key, me ko Congo key, me ko Saudi Arabia key, me ko Bangladesh education key. So education is something it's non-negotiable. Yeah, can say policy na there, but you are not for education. There be if you are a good government, now education is not your priority. There's nothing good about that policy you are bringing to us. So we want to make that because so far they are working in Ano. It shows the amount of, and please, I'm choosing my words carefully, the amount of investment I want buying MPP. Investment. The amount of investment. Yes, baby, I will come out and say, we wade power no, will come out. Okay? It is so biba. Now, I know that this extensive, investment. A year for education, now obiba. No, knowing who and no say and no priority. What else priority do they have? A better for the Ghanaian than educating their children.
Exactly, Felix. And then I'm telling them for any decision to say because me as a person, I know I think so education should be the basis. Once you increase your literacy level, it's going to help in your development as a nation. That should be the core. But as I said, every government has a philosophy. NPP, we have our own philosophy. NDC, we have our own philosophy. In terms of the Biamika said, there's nothing wrong with joining NDC, there's nothing wrong with joining MPP, CPP, because these are all based on philosophies. And what you believe in is what you are going to join. Because one control background, it's against the law, because it's a part of your civic responsibility to vote. So you expect to be part of a party. But then with the MPP achieve, because minimum say, it aligns with my vision. I want to see the Ghanaian population educated. What you say? You know, be an embayarding. Different infrastructure. Because they support them because I'm focused on infrastructure. But I'm saying this based on what we are seeing now in terms of the results that we are seeing. I'm saying, I believe this is paramount because of our vision, we're able to raise the educational standards, as a part. But that was where our core mandate was. We wanted to make sure that we increase the literacy levels. It was very, very important as compared to the NDC. Okay? And I'm going to say, remember, there were a year now, the reason why I don't believe that, okay, and I'm saying the NDC is doing propaganda with this is, so I say we've had such a fall in our education system, right?
Yes,
of course, and this thing has been systematic through the MPP government. How come, sir, the universities are still enrolling or are still graduating this number of people? That is the first question which we ask ourselves as Ghanaians. Because if the standards at the SSS had fallen, it's going to reflect on the output of the universities. So now university me churning out 100 engineers. Now they say, I don't expect this university to come to produce 100 engineers again. But no, results, nobody go universities. So whether they are doctors, whether they are engineers, whether they are politicians, we should see a decrease in the number. Go back and look at our trend over the last 8, whether there's been a decrease in the number. So that's what for me, without even that data, you cannot even come and make a comparative analysis say, oh, this has been systemic to the MPP government. So I don't buy that because the data doesn't support that argument. I think the main reason why we saw the sharp decline from last year to this year is just a change of focus of this government. But I say, yeah, your honor, it is Mohammed campaign. I say, on the bar, one of the priorities, headmasters now, a headmaster's focus is to improve the quality of education. If a headmaster is now micromanaging the Beza or micromanaging some of these things, then he's losing focus on his core mandate. And this could lead to a decline in the quality of the education. So there are a lot of things that we need to look at instead of trying to just go ahead and blame what they call it. The government.
Internet Ministry of Education, there be Ghana Education Service. Omodu Omoka say wo chairman Janis, only when MPP are buying. Mode Wi-Fi, Abraham Kolanu school, no mode shepuno, omodu ko TikTok, internet omo feeling no me patcho, and yes, aneti.
Because as I try, it tells you the level of intellect of the person. Because at the end of the day, see the Wi-Fi abba schooler. It's that I'm saying is that up to the school to be able to make sure that they use this essential facility for the benefit of the school. In terms of headmaster example, the headmaster will be responsible for the quality of the education. And so Wi-Fi headmaster be saying the idea but the headmaster be on them jomu tong and ponche to a year. Who is going to make sure that there is this facility for what is supposed to be done? What I see, but I see it from the perspective of how the structure that we have in place. So MPP came with a vision, and we had a structure for these students. It was not coincidental. I said, Dr. Bichim commission 80 schools and if you are in one day. Because in fact, it's schools. It takes time. So this showed the vision that we had as a party in supporting the educational infrastructure of Ghana, as compared to the NDC. And for 1 year, that's this sharp decliner. We have to ask ourselves, so what happened within this 1 year? Because as I said, our graduates are still coming out of universities over this past 8 years, not in a sharp decline. So why this sharp decline right now?
Okay. Chairman, Patrick Dinasuma, I said, my boss back also join Mr. DC.
You know itself. Me chairman back up. Akasa chairman Janis, chairman Mejoso.
You are
the best. Chairman, Ranty chairman, Kasano Wanyano.
No side. Thank you for joining the conversation too. Now, Chairman, my main backdrop will be me amiti Madam for eka one more year examination no where jumano from marking grading near their dealing now. Me wo after BEC for no control you failure because the failure is not just SSO. This year, one more control JSS no failed than it has ever been in 10 years. Okay, for 10 years, one more control BEC this year no. Almost failing thing like for the past 10 years no. This is the group a failure pa. And about SS a year secondary school year. Now, woman catch me say, Kwesi, I deal with your koye who show. Now, I say, I didn't mean koye, dear, I mean koye who show. No, say, and this if one any government, and as a government, at the Ibia Basse, the grading and the marking scheme should be different. Not trying and the type of grading criterion, norm, which means, say, first, no. How much is say and to me now A be a 90 to 90, 90 to 85 nina A, ABA 85 to 71 B near the idea, but so apply the type of a you use now. So benya A because of the grading into obenya B. This is what okay to say uncle can want someone a beman colani bebrea as a son come past the cottage no omunt me a day omunt me empasenko and uncle dancing. And the exams nankase do ye. Chairman, Obia was be including professors, teachers near there. Everybody was complaining about the core math away, some requesting be a buyer for core math. And from the writing no, on the people's face, no, it rightly showed say people were not going to do well in that. Now, Adiano Kobaya, Chairman, the NDC is not telling us say na do free education into na man kola na pass into na meju no say there be 2017 almost pass here. 2018 was better than 2017. 2019 was better than 2018. 2020 was better than 2019. You know, every year Biano, we saw like you have, I mean, like I said earlier, no, we saw an increase in our performance. Into how does one convince their membership for them to believe, say, all of a sudden, free education now, man, call Brunel College, Harvard, near the idea, no, and the reason why into this particular people no failed. What is it? Oh yeah, like what is the thinking behind that thing for people to even believe that? Say free education, I must have a buy.
Oh, sir, as I'm making what can I see that as I'm making and to say there is something that went on with this government. And so I'm not privy to this say the grading scheme requirements, or maybe they've increased the pass rate. Maybe that might be true. Yes, and that could be the reason. But I said that could be the reason why we are seeing a happening of students failing. But one, it's obvious, it's not rocket science. What is a grading scheme? If you increase a grading scheme, definitely maybe people might not as pass as if you had a lower grading scheme. So these are the things that we expect the NDC government to come and tell us. So okay, this year and hereby, and based on AB, there could be a lot of reasons to have a grading scheme adjustment. I'm not going to sit here and argue that. But because of that, that is why maybe you are seeing this failure. But to blame it on MPP, as I said, it's just it's just a bad attempt by this government. Because definitely something was done. Because if you look at all the data, tell me about the university output, it doesn't support what they are saying. Because I'm saying then they shouldn't be passed at the university, they shouldn't be graduating. We shouldn't be having this number of teachers graduating, this number of engineers graduating, this number of doctors graduating. It doesn't tally. What you say? Because I can assure you, say, man passes this year, we haven't said the bad results. Our intake at the university is going to be less. So the number of graduates is going to be less. That is logic. What you say? And that is what we need to look at. And you can say maybe they increase the schema. Then I agree with that. Something happened with this government that is causing what we are seeing. Now, really quick. Yes, sir. I say NDC blamed us. So any MPP government or my fiscal pass questions among Kola, any idea? Then me call presec. Okay, now me call take. What do you say? Pasco ya idea about exams we go be because at the end of the Pasco, it gives you an idea of the trend of questions that is set, even how the questions is set, the level of difficulty. The Pasco idea now boy into the inspire. What she said then have to solve past questions are a level of confidence. This government, when the opposition saw some such as Pasco and just and Colay, I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't even do it this year. But it goes to tell you say one government had a focus on education and improve the quality of education. The other government hasn't got that focus. So for me, that is the main reason why we are seeing this decline. And that's and other things that they've done within these 9 months that they were in government. That is why we are seeing this decline. And they cannot blame the MPP government who improved infrastructure, who improved STEM schools, who built more girls' schools. It just doesn't make sense.
Okay. Me pacho ujina wa saying edi abemu bi mu no wa ban udi actually tare na na do aban NPP aban. Na omoye bibi omo friend intervention. Honorable Edutum last no me share tie no or share that be three mu ye pa de three intervention. Na intervention no na Emma and Colano classes, extra classes are buying in the tia from morning 6 na Colani Beko school no. Obey classes are copying 8 na main school bed ebe starting no. Na upon so Yamana then Yamana tsnem from sa 2 na to sa 3 and 4 na obeku fie no. Ebio the awabo so that they pass question papers. Now when chairman I think it's about time when say more and more yen penny for more web no. Money Ghana CSOs netana se ekasa. NDC is destroying Ghana. Chairman, me Canada na me buy. I'm in Canada. Yeah, you use past question paper, past questions. Review week. Yeah, the past questions na ye. Me think so be a complaining that. Na dia me be saying say no almost say na do the sika. Eto sebe question papers man kwala na solve na almost pass ya. And then one more invested because they are able to put 1.7 billion into a currency that is not giving us any result because as we speak, people are crying. Market women are saying that means the money to buy is not there. A good for the time, but still people were able to what? People were able to afford to buy. And it's an same one. And then NDC for so and yes, our intervention way na omobaya omubetremu 2 says can ekon hin 3 past question papers na ye toman koda na no so no omoma ne boy here form no mesromo sa eyi so no ewo hin. Why didn't this NDC people and now some of them say it is wiser to buy pad than to invest in the passing grade of the student? What really caused it, or why that decision?
Yeah, first I'm catching ourselves. Abembia bar on your own and issue idea on your own vision. What they are saying. So and they would invest in where they think the vision is.
Okay.
What they are saying. And I think that is what is happening when it doesn't mean say they don't want to invest in education. But where is the education on their priority scale? Where is education compared to infrastructure? Where is education compared to roads? What they are saying. So it depends on the government's vision. And now one of his big core visions was to increase our literacy levels. Because of belief says once that is done, no, a literate country, the opportunity cost in a literate country would always go better than having all this infrastructure. I said, then MPP as a party, we're thinking long term, not short term. I can give you another example.
Okay.
Yeah, Ghana card, which is pretty much about USA, your driver's license and your social security card. Yeah, Ghana card, it combines both of them. And those are the 2 core things that you need for employment, you need for bank loans, you need for a lot of things that you do, identification. What you say? So as a part, we felt said we needed to bring this thing up because it's going to help develop Ghana in the next 10 years.
Yes.
It's all about the vision of the party that you are looking at. Then said some of the visions that we implemented, so that is what the NDC is doing. The PMMC Gold Board. I said, because since backing the country with gold, is the way to go in the long term. So most of our vision is what they implement, which is good. But there are other areas where we had the same vision, which they are not implementing. I think one of the casualties is education. And that's why we are seeing these low trends.
Okay. Chairman, and now I say Obekaya, His Excellency Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo Bawumia government. Time one not textbooks on why in school, no. Omo kodwene ho sanka yenye bibia textbooks no ye be no online material na tablets na ye chairman kola no ye mfengu so me university a me no I attended no me the online text and a call man said I'm for physical book and it's the truth and then say online material is cheaper than when you purchase it. So this is what Educhum and the people in the Ghana Education Service implemented. Omo ye training almost started say omo check tablets no the ama a student no. Some schools and be others in there and Abain society. Now, what Haruna Idrisu the other day, while he was addressing some teachers' union phobia, what he said, Nene say, tablets now, ya buy your due diligence. Now you to me they are no longer going to share it. And that they think say and Kolano share puno, excuse my language, because that's what he said. They share adult content. Now, my problem that I see from this one, and then they say, first and foremost, the minister lied. The minister lied because, Chairman, I can tell you on authority, say, tablets na don't know cover by ya, almost check them as students, to me assess a pornographic site and our sites are any educational. Ebe block you. Automatically, ebe block you. So why would the whole minister come and tell the whole country, say, and Kolane de Shebibi, and the answer is only one. Chairman, a tablet, it will come back on the market when we are going for elections. Yeah, they remember my constituency executive for any idea no. Now one more to check, I will say her for vote. Because I don't see why I did na okope muska. I did na ode buy. Now wait me because now you are not going to share it no more. Why is NDC? Minimum like I said, their priority is not education. But why is NDC against every educational improvement or every educational milestone we make? Yet they take I mean, how do you call it, credit for everything good about education, and Ghanaians believe it. Why is it so? Because when two teachers, number one, this time so on two teachers, but still almost say Abai Papa Aba. Mahama is treating as well. Why?
There's an element of goodwill for the nation, from the nation. When I'm electing as a new government, they will give that government time to be able to implement these policies. And definitely that goodwill is still there. But what you can see right now is the goodwill is fast eroding. Adding here, in some LGBT, some of the parliament pass it, or match sign. Galamse demonstration, excuses. What you say? If say even press freedom and freedom of speech, it is becoming worse. So the goodwill is far eroding, and I know the Ghanaians are watching. They are watching this. They had an expectation. They are seeing that their expectation is not being met. But remember Haruna the end. So you see, even if Haruna even said that, let us even assume say that is what he had heard. But as a minister they take out advice psychiatrist, you know, it tells me say we have a big problem in the nation. Because to block adult content on a tablet is not rocket science. It's something that can be done by IT department based on what is being allowed to stream to the people, or based on their internet settings. You can do that, okay? Or you can actually do it on the actual tablet itself. So there's no rocket science that we could have found a way to solve this rather than using this as an excuse. So if that's what he said, it's pretty much lack of knowledge. And if you have said a person, you know, leading us, and then there's a problem. Then we have a big, because there's a lot of workarounds with this that can still use the resource what it's intended for. So now, in school, we use something called Blackboard. Blackboard, online a year. Teacher post to be post to grade, or post to post assignments, or post to lecture materials, and that is what we use. So this is something that's where the world is going. And this resource, that's what it means as CEO. Every man, this flimsy excuse. I think that is a big issue, and this is what we expect CSOs to be able to step up and come and speak about these things. But politics, then we are not helping the nation at all.
Exactly.
We need the CSOs, we need the religious bodies, we need all the institutions that claim to be neutral to come up and speak on some of these things. Because the tragedy that we are on as a nation is not arguing well for the nation at all.
Exactly my question right now. Say adia and say wako atro SSC. Now one pass the commerce. That means that you have to wait until go school. Because commerce number and so one pass the commerce, then the train can start to control of deck. Per the information we have. Chairman, these people are playing politics with education. Now I will welcome MPP. Chair lady Nanka Sobaya, USA, Moma, or also join the conversation into no, you better Nasa, no, so to me, are joining. And then a many US of one program, no, sanity. Chairman, education and Korea year Omuko Feli, okay. Okay, sir, I dear your friend North Deck, North Deck, so one pass here, Okotrono. Say yebeka nokre edi nokra kire nyame a NDC for apen so ena ebehye da betu atisi pa me pacho beba wa obe join ni bia no na we mute do so na wa mute me srem a eni bi no NDC for na kofa asa enti anu nti en chairman this one to we nye my data, I can tender in my evidence to you. Majority of the Novdek schools now say schools are a remedial school, is owned by NDC people. And per a conversation I had with a very resourceful NDC person, and Crawford only said no government to catch on say schools egu. They don't get people because since Nanado Ba and Colano Koyano Omako pass it. And the number of Nkolas and Komo 1 year quatron of deck is reducing, and it is breaking their school and we hurting their pockets. Now, bear in mind, they say as at 2023, 2024. That's all person ultra cost back, ufeli cost back, that's a opese we ultra. Now you 4,000 Ghana cedis, 40 million. And then per the available information I cost one course like the commerce we can cost somewhere 7,500 to 8,000 Ghana cedis. That is 75 million to 80 80 million Ghana cedis. Now look at it. Akolebia or Tedomi Abra. Na mame echika kuru okwa. Free education in Quentina utumi femu. And now more the politics eko rasa adio because mo person with this katomo party members say be able to many ade. Mama enkola na da chia eden akoke because enya wo phone na e na ebe nya sa 80 million 75 million no ede ayeden ede akwa akotro. So guess what will happen? The way I beton Ghana omuja wa ye beton ya na enkola eton dog chains PK Peter has yes pocky wakwa hono is going to increase. And kwada asabio ye do omokotena nkrofo nchen ebinom fall as a victim of rape near the idea of my brother say it is going to go on the increase because I remember nibi to obi to say Thomas Amweni ade so boy say Thomas Amweni am pass ba ko na yomo say na maami enkofa 75 million mra. I don't think Sanka Thomas Amweni obi to me atoaso. Why is NDC willing to gamble with the education of Ghana, the education of the children of Ghana, including their own children? And instead of them seeing it say it is a problem, they rather see it say it is an advancement for them to keep on with their propaganda while they are in a Mr. Obaya and Pacho member also but me person chairman AU we are no mame. How can it be a by papa if my children are not passing? Why do I still think John Mahama is doing good when my child, as we speak, is in the bedroom crying because of one course painting and so 1 year and son? What is the mentality? What mentality do Ghanaians or NDC people have? Why? Why is it possible? Because maybe some about failure, I'll be agitated. Why are they not agitated? Why are they happy?
Yo, Felix, some of what say. See, I said something, sir. What I say, every government has its own philosophy and what they believe Ghanaians want to see. The fact I wouldn't sit here and Ghanaians are happy with what is going on. Because now the Ghanaians are seeing the reality and they will be able to compare the two governments. What I say, I'm who say, oh, time I had to buy what's no, I'm about to go school free. What I say, and then say now about me, but if you want to go school, time I had to buy what's no. Now put a house help crowd because I'm in our school. And then they'll be able to make that contradiction very clearly. I wouldn't say, sir, the friend is saying Ghanaians are happy. I don't think that is it. I think, as I said, no, when NDC came to power, there was a lot of goodwill that carried them, but that goodwill is fast withering. Because Ghanaians are seeing the reality of the government that they voted into power. And that is the obvious situation. But now we need any plan, we need any focus for some of these things. That is what happened. I said MPP had a plan for education and we were able to implement it very well. There was a lot of objections about it, even from CSOs. But because we had a structured plan as a party, we had a clear vision for educating our country, we were able to do it. Because developing nation. Because there is no developed nation in the world that or medication ever form. Sometimes US I was a CIA crazy. Because basic education is free. That's what I want to say. But saying okay, and Madam Chair was so or buy a friend Pong, yeah, friend the Iron Lady. Into also the one my mention Iron Lady. Now everybody also be got back as well. To buy a Madam Chair, I'm boss back up.
Yeah, mommy, you didn't go. Abaya Frimpong. Oh.
Me patcho me ha.
Na patcho Matia Simbi. Na ona wama NDC for the 45 days I come market SSC for you now. Omo Philip Otos ano. Madam.
You when the matter was say and no pay. Na machia me Washington DC Metro chairman.
Obama Joseph.
Chairman Janis Asare Bediako. Emsa no pay. Wa bombard me on this show say o say me baso. Link no all senior mommy and no send just me be bad time chairman each.
That's
chairman one homodin a boy adwuma. Ama Washington chapter no. Washington has gone through a turbulent periods. But obesum ama Washington and Washington ejina brand nti be bona baso pa.
That's meaning.
Then somewhere in Wakan so in fact we hit the nail right on the head on issues of education. No, he's an educator himself. Ne swadi hunu se obeboa Ghana universities in terms of engineering area, because engineering is what holds the world together. Nti unya obi no this say mebu no mobile in the engineering field no obe volunteer the time the resources no the aboa yenyina yakọ the same university Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology.
Nice.
How our engineering they play key role when Kwame Nkrumah was established. Now I feel say year on beyond committing the time at the core UST and engineering students no co interactive more modern trends in engineering yade or ye been so Legon campuses and yade indeed yade pa or the yade partners in any so say a course na that STEM education and MPP promote no ye nya ma fast school system ni mu no mo boa omo give back to their alma maters and schools if he's a beboa. And chairman Janis Asare was shows our commitment no to make sure say so no call University of Science and Technology Civil Engineering Department almost struggle to even get basic tools on bet media your majuma and then on percent kwala omo baba na chi no on be fasa tibiani into obon homodin bia so no so be ye na hwemu de in his own small way software or they boa schools no any ade no but me hu ne ekoso wiase no muso metima apply na ama engineering no aye so real aye everyday thing omo live by no I think say me gina na me bona baso on that score.
Okay
na area for menia say Ghana waye kaye nyina ye fam you call all system no you call 1 to 5 no waye ke 4 and a year is a assessment which is the examination no O level ye fam it me pass ye to so call A level 6 form and so you pim so wa zana na me ya duma ye kwa university. Now education has gone through a lot of turbulent times because at the time I old system no and a Rollins as be introduced to the JHS system no and then we funtum Ghana education na yet education so from the 5 years or I would say 7 years because when you add the 2 year of sixth form no can O level no it gives you 7 years and they almost takes about 4 years then the person enters school. But yes idea no with knowing say first of all brofo ye de kira de e wo schools brofo no so nya ye kasa broni no ko ne 4 years no ono de brofo na e den e kire brofo na e ne kasa na brofo no de kire ne nkola ade it is all there not to tun sani a who say o nkola ne be take off akoma ni masen yen fast because obe cross sa brofo kan any brofo tro any the construction of grammar ni ade nyina to really appreciate the kire no enyo kasa no obe bre but Oman take that into consideration. Omo take so significantly. And dia bedu baby dia bedu. And of okay president ko 4 time so what a committee so omo hwehwem secondary education because it was 4 years then. And then so omo buy SF4 no maintain. Under at a mills and omo roll it back and omo take so 1 year. The only good thing is when say with technology aba we has be a global village with the advent of social media and near the adeno. Ama and yama see all over the world no obi to Ghana otimi hu at the same time. And to say time be Jim Brenner made my final year at the University of Science and Technology and a computer. Yeah, it's a computer. And that time DOS mainframe KCB. And then the whole week no call one time for about 2 hours. Then what we how to type, how to even understand the whole process of computing. It was a mess. Yeah, the Beijing Bremun and free. And then Kwalano, they've been exposed to that world of technology. They understand it's their world. They understand it better than their generation. And it said take you almost maybe 7 years now into the shortening of time. Because English literature. Now me here book Macbeth. No, not Macbeth. Hamlet. The Komu Ghana, you couldn't find Hamlet in any bookstore to buy.
Oh.
Because who call British Council or call any of the libraries, university libraries near the idea. Near one so every one just I do time I do or ban was sign it out to be no so you will never get access to it. It has to take my grand uncle who was in Austria then. Or that's who or Florida, Miami, Florida on vacation. And I'm catching October book. In fact, he bought the entire complete works of Shakespeare. So that so we are next year a different book. Now I think I was the entire complete works of Shakespeare with all the sonnets are one in our. And you tell bread and so pesa book now you can just Google and you can get the whole PDF version of that book to read.
Yes.
And Yamaniama Aben Kwalano now done when we were. And I fast forward, I could for Dubai under the leadership of Dr. Matthew Poku Prempe and then Educhum, Honorable Yawaduchum, so betwasono. They revolutionized our education system in a way. Now, Candice for appreciating the work that the MPP has done. No, who say how I let's you a bit my at Waso. So, see, I know the SC with the results of Kalano. One of the things that maybe media me who say SC a bebuame and they say we probably should call for remarking of the results here release here. The WAEC plus other independent bodies, no, because it's marking scheme no. Yes, I knew Kalani results nina. One fail, you know. Now, omonya remarking. That would be my first call. Now, omonya remarking of the results, no, by an independent, with the involvement of an independent body. Parents must be included. Other educationists must be included. Past headmasters, the independent eye. Now, your mom and Shesa marking a buy, resource a buy. Say indeed, if it's a reflection of Nkolani Nenya, dear Nase, there has been some kind of manipulation somewhere. This will be my conspiracy theory. NDC buy, during the campaign, say, they will give free first year tuition.
Yeah, I'm okay.
Almost 30. Yet it's almost 30. By now, they should know the quantum of money that was put into that program now. Almost share Ghana for some bayano. It has scared them. A bomb. Now, bomb, no. Also, we who BB. Because another entry, first year entry into the universities. And is it a way to cut down on the number of people that will be entering the first year so it doesn't swell up the cost now? From Oma Omuti Omudiana. Is it the case?
Okay, madam. Pacho dia we working. Mr. Was yeah, madam Pacho. We na make us say Otemenka. Osha omu 2026.
Hello, Pacho, what you mean?
I na we. Ote yanka.
Hello.
Oh, mami. Yato nkapa o.
Madam Chair,
hello.
Yes, Kasao. Okay, say I'm like Oba Ebesa Bemubio. Chairman, they are not your chair lady air cannon.
Hello.
Yes. Waba.
Madam Chair, I say
I'm so unknown to and can't me, but I mean one thing. She would join again. Chairman Janis, the truth of the matter, no, they are not a chair lady air can say the entrance. No, from 2026 budget now, and Sister Ellen is here. So Sister Ellen can also correct me if I'm wrong. Almost since our first year tertiary student, no more first year no. So often on percentage basis, they were only able, and please, this is per Omangasomo document. They were only able to do 32% of the total. Like students now they were supposed to get, you know. Meaning, say there are other students here. First one, no I'm saying this to add to what the chair lady was saying, you know, because it is 100%. It is a ultimate chair less than 50% of 100%, and that's still a failure. Into 2025 budget, no crown, woman to me and so am a year and quadradoa, Sebi Umutimitu ama, except the percentage, I Sebi, Omokano or Omanka somewhere. Into no, I'm said, Madame Okano, there must be some truth to it. Madame Pacho said,
yeah, hello.
Yes, to us.
Pacho, and here Fana Nafi, Namintio Bianca.
I'm Patrona Oka, the theory say, first year student, the tertiary student now, Oka San Kobe first, you know, or dear way said the entry intake of a win entry, you know, low, and then they wouldn't have to cover that much cost.
Yes, and to me, that would be my first conspiracy theory with this, because until a remarking is done to establish that indeed in Kolani fairly that much, because Ghana from Kola, only smart, they are very intelligent. Very intelligent, even with the kind of environment they find themselves, you know, the cream de la cream, you find them in Ghana.
Yeah,
very good students. It can I find it hard to, because time because Beijing brand struggle to find resources to learn, and then there's things are so available. With a click of a button, you get every information you need.
Yeah.
I have my doubt. And so because I will rather say with the call for a remarking of these results. And it has to be involved, say, with independent bodies, past headmasters, past parents. For marking scheme, indeed, if in Kolani fail that much.
All right.
No, you one. And then my conspiracy theory about say government now who say budget no. The first year tertiary budget no. They cannot absorb. So let's find a way to cut the numbers coming in. Until you fail the core subjects now. And then that a prerequisite no to enter no. We are good. We are in shape. We have a breathing space. Breathe.
Okay.
And then the other thing on the past questions, I think that this past question business should be an indictment on WAEC. WAEC as an organization has been around for a long time. Almost kakra. you can't expect doing the same thing over and over and over. Say something new is going to pop up. Why should past questions be an issue for students? A simple program. A chrome ha. Nkola omutro SAT. Omutro ACT. Any day. They have books. They do subscriptions. They order the books. It comes, they read, or they get an online version. They go there, they practice for a certain number. And why all these years can't do that and even make income out of it? Are we serious as a country? Because past questions, they're here. The problem was that American. Omo junior year, go senior year in high school. Opa di omo ti wano, omba be jiska wo ho, akoto either SAT or ACT. ACT no year for most in-state.
Okay, schools no.
In-state school for no. Omo na ye SAT. Say your person ko university within the state ah. Ono oba ko ye SAT. ACT exams. Obi o person ko school anywhere in the 50 states no. Go for the SAT Ghana for cry
SAT.
People who want to go to graduate school, GRE, be a GMAT.
Madam Network in the corner. Madam Network no. Madam Abba say oh. Munya me network notes. Sam George no. And now many of boss still pages and so no or becano. Now unim be I mean Janis answer na your madam Bebano. Unim say Ebano Ghana marking of SSC for now. And I am the lecturer ewaha. Yes, sister Ellen Deco. Sister Ellen Deco. She's on TikTok. She's keeping the TikTok running for me, you know. I mean, like from time to time, I'll be picking her brain so that we could. Unim say almost the 45 days, and the markets are exams way. 45 days to mark a whole examination. 45 days. Can you imagine? 45 days. Yeah. Oh yes. 45 days.
The mechanism. You see, let's not even focus on even the mechanism or the number of days. At the end of the day, no, Madam Chair spoke about something very clearly. Let's have an independent body relook at this. What you are saying to ascertain the facts. It could be said it's computerized marking, you know, so 45 days might even be too long. We don't know the mechanism. But the most important thing in this, the most important thing in this.
Information. May say, NDC for. Nanka omu betumi afa ye university graduate be create US na ifo ebi nanka oma chepe personal amom proportionally said the be yanko menya abotre e dey marking the correct even if they were going to do it in the like the 45 days. Instead they didn't do that. Yeah, the agreement ma yankasa job for the boys. And now omo here and they said the more you mark the more you get paid. Sanity be so be our Ghana says telling some boy catch him some line. Oh my, and they said the more you mark, the more you get paid. Into a boy and one so
Felix, and the guy said, what Madam Chair said is very important. It's all about transparency. What you are saying?
Yes.
It is here remarking, right? That's OBR. We have interested parties as part of the processor. Then we are going to rule out all some of these problems. But you know, that I can't Madam Chair, you know about the remarking and said, if they've changed the marking scheme, right? That has to be made public to the Ghanaians. What was the basis? What was the emphasis? What I say? Because once the marking scheme, now definitely going to affect, you know, the performance. But why did you do that? So that discussion has to be had, and once you establish that basis, then yes, let's go to what Madam Chair is saying. Let's remark it and see, sir, when in Cologne Feli and pass and pass, very, very important. What Madam Chair said, because we need to establish some clarity in what happened. As I said, now I stand by the fact that it is something that this NDC government did that is causing these results, and we need to get to the bottom of it. And this is Madam Chair,
Pacho, well, sorry, of course, now disturbing.
No problem.
And my first conspiracy theory about the cost containment measure. In the end, you're failing kwalano, so the cost will come down. The first year's entries, form. Or two, my second conspiracy theory, the comment John Mahama made about students are more passing. Or see, the teachers connive with the students.
Yeah, to cheat.
Yeah. And so is it the case is say, not some no kind or man a reality by failing them because now they can attribute that to strict invigilation. Another conspiracy theory that goes to support what Chairman Janis Ekano say. This is an intentional plan to do this, so that these two conspiracy theories that have illuminated not because anything I'm remarking is very important, and I'm surprised that nobody has talked about it.
There be Osanka, and you know, Nebeka Wasemo, aggressive kiss and Nebeka Wasem, as they say, no matter post. Osanka, aggressive kiss and nominate Dr. Wan, there's almost a cheapest board, so into that.
And dear Messa can be say. This results, if indeed that was the result, is an indictment of every teacher in Ghana. Because at least there's a lot of research out there that says about 80-something% of nipebia, unless you have mental illness or some sort, or sort of at least up to a master's degree level. There's research. That's how smart people are. Say you can see a school. You bet a breaky all the barriers up to that level. And so the teachers, are burdened. So what are the quality of teachers and what are they teaching students? Teachers, if fairly say then we put the blame on the case and not the teachers who taught them. So Bekaya. In 2001, when President George Bush II came to power, they did something that they called No Child Left Behind Bill. It's about 900 pages, more than 900 pages bill for education. They moved the responsibility and accountability of teaching and learning to teachers. So teacher ni na akwala any class na or failure. The indictment is not on the child, but on the teacher who is not helping the child do well.
True.
In Tiano Sano, they created a platform where after school teaching be one-on-one with akwala or struggle, break the things down, now ultimately catch up with the peers. And they put all these measures in place because this is a country that is taking the education seriously. So you are not leaving any child behind. Interquala or struggle. The teacher has a responsibility to make the child catch up to a more higher level. And that was done. And it said, if Nkola fairly at this magnitude, you teachers free man and but how has he dealt with the teachers?
Very bad.
The last almost 1 year, only teachers in Nini. Are the teachers motivated enough? Are the teachers happy? Minim cry, we said go for teachers because some lie a little you scaffold Ministry of Education and my police for Pamo Womufi. As nothing. So when the teacher is not motivated enough, the input to the development of the child, the confusion that they created about even line teacher for teachers.
Line teacher exams.
Something that you guys push for. MPP are buying back, so almost buy. Now you want to roll it back. Are we serious? Is NDC serious with teachers in Ghana? Teachers no are confined or consigned to only Ghana, but cannot go beyond the borders of Ghana when you have a license or what. And some people are clapping for this mediocrity.
Yeah, we actually had a presidential staff.
I will also push for this teacher evaluation. So very important. And who can better evaluate their own teachers? Is the children, the wards in Kolano. You cry a Chrome High University waha master's degree level. I have a bachelor's waha, but the master's degree level. You evaluate your own teachers at the end of the semester. And not trying to determine whether a teacher can even have tenureship or not.
Okay.
They have a standard evaluation, teacher evaluation a year. Yama Kolana says content how and all that. Because the one education yet holistic. Now omo matter in the process. No one bring you to the table to be part of it. Kolana be how but Kolana ye dachi anything that here. So you're making sure that what we are teaching them, how we are teaching them, who is teaching them what. No, you need come near share. Now, why also na maki say why I existed for probably more than 50 years.
Oh yes.
Now only a system where people can even subscribe, pay a small fee, get every past questions. WAEC has run the entire yes, sir. WAEC no I exist. Now it has to take government of Ghana to have to buy all those in bulk and give it to students, and then the following year, people their coach and cut here, people their toilet, whatever. You hope you the next year for the from my woman, yeah, you be a mom. So Nkolani has no. And now one other reformer, me feel say and also WAEC. I saw indict the WAEC. They say, why must we be writing exam on paper in this 21st century?
Okay.
Yeah, but school America. I see them go through TOEFL. The call British Council. I go through TOEFL, which is a test for whatever for English.
Yeah. English proficiency. Yeah.
Even at that time, 2000 thereabout. Now, TOEFL no exam or computer so. Okwani aswama now to home. No, I click it. Why you also you get a preliminary results. We're saying that but at least you get the preliminary results of the
what you've done.
A friend is saying multiple questions before you leave.
Yeah.
So you eliminate the human factor. No. So being a quacoshim, no, I say we no the right box or all that no. We should move into that realm.
Okay.
And I quality classroom them you can't about examination more practices cheating. Yeah. The chrome and proficiency exams or testing or SAT, ACT, whatever. Any other high school or middle school proficiency exams computer next year. You are not doing the same questions.
There be almost the same.
Almost from two questions and the may be different from the chairman Janis from the LNA. Meanwhile, it is within the same course content. The question may have been framed differently.
Yeah.
And so a country that has dealt with examination more practices for years, our best practices is there. I until your two in the exam. No, question 1 no, or no, the question probably 20.
Yeah. Hope.
Question 1 now will answer no. What is the name of your teacher? I will answer question 1 no. Or no, what is the name of your teacher? No, and the question 20 or 30. So right then you eliminate that cheating, fraud, and order. But the child should be able to leave that example, knowing sending objective questions now.
Ojina good standing.
When or some Akadie, I was doing any cocoshum extra no, and on marking in my. He has a fair idea when he leaves the examination hall. Let's say the Panako many months. And son, yes, I come market. Yeah, the bank was failing when you're F. It's Ghana. We are better than that. When you put Ghana within the West Africa sub-region or even the entire Africa region, in terms of education, Ghana for a nimpa. But we are doing things in slow motion, as if say we are not ready to get to a certain destination. Ebema ahotosobia ba. I didn't know say the panel got left here 3 months, 4 months a cheat. And sana, even professional exams, professional exams. Chairman Janis will tell you. Be a professional exam, right there, you get some
your score.
You upset. You are within a certain range. So you leave the exam hall confident.
Yeah.
Say, I don't know what pass it. And I wait uncle Yamame. That doesn't have to take months. And no.
Okay.
We are better than that as Ghanaians. You're quite cheap. A bad technology, Ghana, you're quite nim. Let's continue to innovate, bring innovation into everything that we do. So we'll be ahead of the curve when it comes to the Africa region.
Okay.
But some papers my
Basa.
We should protect them. We should do everything. So your parent now, what do you say? The obre and how I obre and son also my brow. You have failed as a parent. You should strive to say your child should be better than you, should do well than you, should have better systems than you, should have a more improved system than you had. That should be your goal. Your policies, it has to be geared towards making it better than what you went through. Then when Kobasa near will suffer and Tinkolano should suffer more. And until why a mass failure. All because you are looking at your cost. Obina share was Obama free university and first year entries. And on that basis, on what basis did John Mahama made that statement, reckless statement? Say teachers name Kolana collaborating or more a chitty and no more passy. Gosh, I mean, we need to do better than this as a country.
All right.
Basically, a question you will have.
Me pacho you made answer pa. I say yenya other guests to so join yen. In the chairman pacho hold on kakra. Na me ma Mr. Charles Yamoa, me man a chance kakra na me ma Mr. Gordon so chance kakra no mo so the echoes way way in on it. Mr. Charles pacho so on me to home and come on here didn't so fair will be come and I will input to be our beba. Mr. Charles Yamoa say uti me oh Charles on me to home. The microphone no came. Say one okay. Patron yes, Eja Charles here ready there. Mr. Gordon, the patron so and come what join the echoes way na the patron also who is saying what you are saying na teacher bia or no mark bi ewa ha say sika umutua for marking no kra nya kra na je say the ana your madam o kan ye a teacher for na nkasa no aban na nche da ntinani and show me any intervention idea obi twetwa Mr. Gordon the patcho the echoes way e dey na work afa ma we no so kakra as ye nche da nte wonka oh there be Emma Mr. Gordon no Emma okasa na Emma meaning odi ama eyi ana eyi sana moka no what the audio na bibiana because ma okasa na ma oh there be unim sign remu ai mpacho sign remu Mr. Charles Amwa oh and asala oh my Mama, I mean, Chairman Janis, so I mean to me no in 1 or 2 EBA me person me. All right. So Sister
Alex.
Yes, sir.
Come be back open and can't dear in some Madam Chakan, which is very, very fruitful. But I dear back come a kaka on say, this is a BBS here. We have what sometimes we call a root cause analysis.
Yeah.
Okay. So what the nation needs to do is say, dear Ben and no year last year. And I did no year this year. It's so you Ben Abba. What you say? What has gone down, what has improved, what has declined. Very, very, very important for you to identify the reason why we are seeing this. Many people say that is another thing I want to add. So let's do a deep root cause analysis as to what MPP was doing when we were in power for these teachers and what is currently happening. It could be motivational issues. You know, saying Madam Cheka, you know, say I'm sure we need to say okay. It could be a whole lot of reasons, but that root cause analysis needs to be done for us to be able to clearly identify what is happening. And I said, Madam Cheka, and it could also be an issue of the party not being motivated. But people say, and say, Madam Cheka, and this is one. Influence is not part of education in your priority. And I'm not going to promise be as Madam Cheka. I sure I'm on side. So I'm quite be soon. But all those things would come out if we do a proper root cause analysis where we compare what was being done as what is done now and find the cause of the problem.
Mr. Gordon, Pachawaba, I feel me into Kakra, me to one. Okay, Sir Gordon, never and saying you, but where you know, so you're unmuted, maybe. Well, Mia will Mike no Mia Subiuni and I'm say Mike na block it, meaning why, and a wasn't our blocking wall. One say microphone no cross Abetumusa, say it's not on. Good. Staticas on anyway. My goddess. Oh, man, yes, sir. Oh, Sir Gordon, and Nepa, many will page you see, me person me because Kasaba Yenti, Emia Papa, Yente, yeah, Kasaba Yente. Sorry. That's it for said the econo obekono was say abem bi nkopem say ebe cool. And I mean Chairman Janis Asare Bediako ono no ye me main guest and amenya me chair lady so obaya from po abe join me. Mr. Charles Yamu also be join and Mr. Gordon abe join but unfortunately Mr. Gordon line no in Kansas see any. Oba TikTok so anyame adaro ma me wo me sister ene ahofidua obapa ama ofusua de kon Ellen. So how and also he who do fought and down for us. Sister Ellen, they are Elko Sunina, who will be Kaka Kransana, many chairman, no we are now. What you also?
But I can confidently say, scenario. I will tell everybody exactly what has happened. Last year, the last 2 years, Mokai and Kuala Echo exams, so more idea pass. Sambeno, na ye Rajo Mahama, no war. Opposition. Instead of congratulating the children, now on country almost say, oh my idea, me in Shram. Now your mom better when going forward, no. Or the country and teachers near for. I remember that because I spoke on it on my TikTok. We can send me a video on it. Also, teachers near Yakron for parents near Yakron for and Kuala so ye train your mama Yakron for because the government had bought past questions to send Kuala and share there. John teacher followed your matter was only their teeth. The parents now almost penny a man on so young and chum so be a teeth. And I training Kuala on what they senior junior teeth.
the mentality no or no now about president is here the mentality on the buyer. Now be on no one as a student here across 4 years. What is center or Banwama students not the party? He needs to justify why the students are thieves and the parents are thieves. And the assessment this year no political. No be my education educational system is politicized. Political. John Mahama is trying to defend on this before mentality. Some Kwalana free SHS at that moment, they are doing so well. And Kwalana Mutini passed the Harvard and they call Oxford, you know. Some Kwalana Yakron for. Now many are break at because they say we are already having an issue in the UK.
Okay.
This week, scholarship from Kwalana, the NDC government have refused to pay for their fees in 1 year. Yeah, a minimum are being deported. Home office are sure students need to be fees. There's a school no one to mean what. It's a minimum are ready for deportation. A minimum to mean graduating. PhD students are done fine. And now you'll be about it or can't pay as an MPP Jaka $32 million pounds. According to the former secretary boss, MP for Buapa is this for South Kingsley. Also, 2017, when we took over, NDC had left a bill of over 57 million pounds, but we paid. But the same NDC funding to Kualani pay, make Kuala, not for me and Kuala.
Yeah,
students,
you know, yeah,
are being sent down. Yet they deported from the UK. And you may want to say US so boy labor. Already US name so this is the mentality. How the buy.
Sister Ellen. Sister Ellen.
Postulation and your postulation and your intentional.
Sister Ellen, me pa cho to bo ase. Chairman Janis. Mami obaya, obi a wa ha uti me pa cho. Yankofa 2025 NDC budget. Sister Ellen, yo mu na nya to force na be ka say sa e ka na da ho na omo wo no. Wo mu atwe ska omo di kotu ana ska no e dey o man display.
Me say scholarship letter to the UK government, to the Parliament of the UK. John Mahama school fees all these years, especially my PhD, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, it's going down the drain. The UK home office is sending them home.
Debut, Sister Ellen. Still, you people are not answering my questions. You people are not answering my question. My question is say 2025 on the floor of Parliament. I took forcing and Ukraine to ODPD here cry MPP for them. Say you today here. No more to sell. This access to no man to enter a year from you for another fear and as any so.
Oh, I want to start this off.
Oh wow. Chairman, wow.
Yeah.
Sanyama went to the ya na ma ya na ya dwuni bomu a ye betra na ye bom ati a na mu gina na wo Felix yen keep easy. Enkrofo we ya brunsamfo mama ye mu so mama ya brunsamfo. And this in the political party papa eya munya ya ne yemfa nwu omo so wo ya baifo. Am ya baifo.
Felix, I'm in intro. Some of us are measured in some of these. Yes, sir, you say you hold it before NDC or any political party. But the onus relies on your CS to Krumo. Your software Krumo. You want penny for many Krumo. But as we have all these stakeholders in the country. Okay, CM Franco quick in there and sorry, and Yadia Cotton. That's a wound about community. They are not going to listen. And so it's not about being in one corner and shouting, and it's about the collective effort as a nation. Or see money that she said, Madam Check, and you can watch them. And your MPP are some, and your NDC are some, and EPP are some. And yeah, my dad. I would expect say I suffer for one sorry tia, CS on sorry tia. We now move your can't be say, hey, we education here, they don't see a politicize it. Let's get to the root cause of it. That is how we are going to solve it. What I say, we can go out there and scream and shout, but if the people out there are not part of this efforts are. Obia, they won't do anything. I can give you a clear example. Omuchi Abronye, right? Detaining, no. Nobody's holding brief for him. But when Ghanaians felt say he had been detained beyond the mandatory period that they left him. So that is what needs to be done. We need to have a concerted effort where all these stakeholders in society are putting their mouth in, because it's a Ghanaian problem. It's not an NDP problem. It's a Ghanaian problem, and that's how we need to look at it.
Now, Chairman, you are talking about CSOs. Sister Ellen, I'm talking. Yeah, Papa John Mahama, an appointment you're the buy. Fano the clergy. All the clergies are on payroll. All the clergies, they are on payroll. For CSOs, we boy, yeah, our friend Thompson, Asepa. Saya the Nico Secretariat to say they are a scholarship secretariat. I don't know to what. Obi ano jinemu ano oba by netis or a neutral no. Exchange Commission. May I say Securities and Exchange Commission. Asepa Thompson Obedina Bediako for Adu Atemu. Until now, look at somebody like that. How do you expect that person to come out to talk? On Kasa, Mister, do you like to be kissed aggressively? Minim say you will kiss more aggressive. Or you say you're not going to Shepherd's board. Into any part that Shepherd's board as well. Is so good no. Or the Canadian. Yeah, Papa Wingam, Assemblies of God for penny. And then what the board so what did he say tam? Into say, yeah, no, yeah, the argument to say this current CSO senior there, Bekasa, Juma, point in case, cathedral, clergy for the cohort. What did he say? He found a different thing to tell them. Galam say, the clergy went there, the CSOs went there. He found a different thing to tell them. Into no, having them there say we want them to lead, it's not going to work for us.
Felix, you mentioned a key point. I don't know whether you got it. You said the current CSOs, and that is key, because we've seen that these people are compromised. But that doesn't mean, say, there are not other CSOs out there, there are not other pastors out there that can speak to it. What you say? And that is what I'm calling for. So we still have genuine people in Ghana. We still have people that have the right mindset for Ghana, and they need to rise up. I want my compromise to be a woman. So we are all seeing it, and the evidence is there. But that doesn't mean that we don't have right mindset people that want to speak the truth to power. And these are the people that need to rise up. Your uncle for Ghana, me said, "I'm betting you sorry." I can say you are so papa. I'm betting you sorry. I can't answer me. We start with other CSOs that speak, and they come and they speak their mind, and they would be able to go take this government into task. If you understand, okay. Dr. Jordan Fene, Papa, I'm going to share. What you say? That's what needs to be done. We should have people that should rise up beyond politics and speak in some of these things. And I think there are Ghanaians that are there that can play that role. So let's call on them and let's not focus on the CSOs that have proven that they were there just because of what they want to gain out of government.
Okay. Me pacho answer na metwas akaka krana me name mpenifo we ye Kojo me pacho don't go, you will give me your take. Minister Selling na ebiwie our TikTok, but Big Mona, please, you have 3 minutes quick, because I'm still in the conversation going on. So in 3 minutes, what can you tell us?
My boss, sometimes I do struggle a lot before I can have the opportunity to join your live session.
That's okay.
And as your good brother and a young communicator from the northern region, considering the advocacy you have been doing for the party, more especially Dr. Baumia, whenever I see your live program, I see a privilege to join on, also to make my small submission.
Okay.
And as I always tell you, I am not a native speaker of the Twi language, so I would just want you to paraphrase more the topical issues for me to also make my quota of contribution and then.
Oh, actually, today we are having a one-on-one with the chairman of Washington Metro, Chairman Janis, and we're talking about education. We're talking about the failures that has happened, what government has done or what government has not done, and the way forward. So please, if you want to come in, you can come in briefly, and then I can get back to them and then finish it, please.
Yeah, you said so far you want me to the topical issues are.
Is the examination results of the what was it a lack of government? Yeah, I'm like the WASI. I'm like a result. Was it a government issue? What issue is it? How could it be rectified and whatnot? So keep it brief for me, because they are at work and stuff, so I have to finish it fast for them to go. Yeah, let's hear you.
Yeah, so if I can hear you clearly, it looks like there was a fluctuation. You mean the topical issue has to do with the recent publication of the WAEC results?
Yes, please. Go ahead.
Yeah, all right. So, Mr. Felix, like we keep saying, let me get the opportunity from you to recognize all the guests that you have on your live program. Yeah. And I also commend you for the good work you have been doing for the party. And very quick one. You see, there are some instances that we don't need to play politics with certain very sensitive issues. You understand that? You know, more especially, there are some particular parameters of our politics. When it gets to those domains, we don't make politics with that, or we don't make propaganda with those things. Education as the backbone of the country shouldn't have something to do with politics. You see, health and that of education, these are the transformational aspect or transformational domains of the country. So if the educational system is being politicized, or we try to always make false propaganda with it, at least it's very bad. And it's always the NDC that always wants to make propaganda with certain very sensitive issues like what we are seeing. The recent publication by the WAEC, when you take your time to do the subject by subject analysis, you know, we are teachers at the basic school level. At the end of every WAEC year or WASI year, we try to do, after the broadsheet result is sent to every basic school, we try to make subject by subject analysis and know that these are the rate of performance in this particular subject, and then the overall general performance. But now, if you take time to look at what WAEC published recently, you realize that it's very bad. The result that has been recorded in the face of WAEC 2025 is very bad. And what is needed to be done is for us to come together as a country to actually make time to know what exactly were the factors behind this particular rate of failure that we've just encountered. But you see, the NDC, I saw, excuse me to say, the current Vice President of the Republic, Nanaji, making direct reference to a particular year, I think in 2014, where there was a massive failure on the part of students that start for WAEC. I was very shocked as somebody who has been recognized as an educationist, the woman of her status, trying to forcefully make direct references of instances where students fail, trying to make the issue look like that is not the first time we encounter such a tragic happening in the face of what? Our education. You see, education should not be play politics with. We shouldn't play politics with education. No, because that is the system that usually produce young intellect graduates for us to be able to fit well into the system. So if things are not going right, we have to make time to actually devise a mechanism or remedy to get those deficits corrected. But we don't try to drag politics into that. No. It's very bad. When I listen to the NDC, some prominent people from the NDC, and then the way they try to forcefully ascribe what we are seeing at the moment in the face of John Mahama Lay administration, they are forcefully trying to play politics with it. And politics should not come in there. No. Politics should not come in. If a government actually means well for its citizens, or if the government actually means business, and the government is up to business, there are some particular two sectors of the economy. That is the educational sector and that of the health sector. Those two sectors should be the government's ultimate priority. More especially the educational system. More especially the educational system. Because when you look at the educational system, that is the universal realm of all professionals. All professionals are being produced from the educational system. If you think of health specialists, doctors and other staff, they all pass through the educational system. So if the educational system is not shaped in a better way, then what we stand to get or record in the country, we are going to produce a bad knot of graduates who cannot take care of us. because doctors will pass through that poor system of education we are talking about. So if we actually encounter such tragedy happening, what we need to do is we try to come together collectively. We think as a collective people, or in the name of collective thinking, we try to maneuver a way just to cater for the situation. Okay. But when I see people trying to play politics with those kind of issues, it's very worrying. It's so worrying. In fact, you see, and let me tell you, on record, no government, when it comes to educational interventions or educational reforms, who has ever improved the educational system.
Oh,
wow. About the government. You understand that?
Yeah.
Tell me, even the time of late Mills, the legacy of late Mills when it comes to the educational sector, added to the legacy of John Dramani Mahama, they have a zero legacy. So we are not surprised what we are hearing, or we are not surprised people, individuals from the NDC are trying to make politics with what we are seeing. Okay. No government has ever, in the face of this free senior high school policy, earlier when we were advocating for this free senior high school policy, John Mahama, as the sitting president, what was his comment? His comment was that Ghana has no capacity, or Ghana will not be able to run a program like the free senior high school. But let's not go far. The FQ, the free compulsory universal basic education, where basic education became a universal thing for every Ghanaian at a school-going age. So now, sourcing our morals from the FQ is more sourcing our morals from the FQ. It tells us that Ghanaians have the capability or the capacity to be able to run a free senior high school policy, where a secondary school qualification become a minimum for every Ghanaian. That was the rationale behind the policy. But NDC were actually trying to play politics with it. And if I should tell you the amount of money that was invested in the free senior high school to see it established and to see it be in operation for that 8 years, in fact, a lot of graduates have passed through that free senior high school, and today they are young, well competent graduates, and they are doing very well for the country. People keep appreciating the graduates of the free senior high school in the first place. Some of them had the opportunity through scholarship to go to abroad and study better advanced courses, and they are back to the country. They keep commending and saluting President Akufo-Addo for that. But why is it that the NDC is trying to play politics with this? When I listen to Nana Jane, the current vice president, who has once been an educational minister and has been through her entire life, she has been through the educational system. I'm surprised she was trying to make false reference to this particular failure that we've just recorded in the face of the YE exams.
And you know what, Mona, let me say this. Go on.
Yeah.
Go on. Try and wrap up. Yeah, try and wrap up.
Play politics with it. See, no government has ever gave a very positive transformation to education like Akufo-Addo Bawumia did. Even I can tell you on record that no teacher, no government has ever improved the standard of living of teachers just to make sure that teachers are well paid or teachers get allowances in order to be able to teach students very well to become young, competent people in the future, like Akufo-Addo Bawumia did. Akufo-Addo Bawumia government, when they came to power, they tried to find out in the face of the teaching fraternity, what were the allowances teachers stand the chance to benefit from. We only had a single allowance where every individual teacher was just entitled to 100 Ghana cedis for a month. That was just the only allowance for teachers in the face of teaching fraternity. But when Akufo-Addo Bawumia government came to power, they knew the impact of education. And then you can't think of the impact of education and don't think about the betterment of teachers. Teachers having a better working condition. So Akufo-Addo Bawumia government said, no, this professional development allowance where every teacher stands the chance to get 100 Ghana cedis as the stipulated amount for every month, for each month. And usually that particular 100 Ghana cedis is not paid to your net pay salary at the end of the month. They will keep their money at the end of November every year. Then it accumulates 100 cedis against the 12 months. That will be 1,200. And then that particular 1,200 will be paid in addition to your November salary. But Mr. Felix, Akufo-Addo Bawumia said, government said, no, teachers deserve better. This particular 1,200 that is paid every November every year, we have to increase it. So they increase it from 1,200 to 2,400.
Okay.
For every teacher in the country. Then from there, they felt like the 2,400 was not enough. Mr. Felix, the Akufo-Addo Bawumia government went further to introduce a digital allowance. They felt like teachers have been doing research with their computers and phones, so we must introduce a digital allowance where every teacher is entitled to 800 Ghana cedis.
Oh, okay.
And which was also paid in the same month of November. So in the month of November, that was the only month where teachers have higher expectations. That was the only month teachers begin to celebrate their Christmas.
Cocoa season.
My brother, let's look at these interventions. And then the rationale behind these interventions. Those interventions actually aim at what? Boosting the what? The living standard of teachers in order for teachers to give their utmost best to students.
Yes. Yes.
These are the issues we are talking about.
All right.
But do you know the funny thing? The tragedy at the moment in the face of teachers, just recent November.
Oh, your network. I wanted you to end that on that note for me. So,
which has been a traditional allowance for teachers. The traditional allowance, which has been the only source of allowance to teachers, which was increased by Akufo-Addo Bawumia government from 1,200 to 2,400, and the digital allowance where every individual teacher were paid additional 800 Ghana cedis, aside the professional development allowance. You see, Controller Accountant General Department, at the end of every month, they have their calendar where they release electronic salary payment vouchers to various institutions for them to validate their workers. So when these electronic salary payment vouchers were released to various institutions for validation to be done,
okay,
people on the payroll.
Okay. While his line is getting clear, hold on, Mona.
People they validated those that.
Okay, Mona. Try and end so that I can talk to the guest. You know why? Try and end. I'm like, you can stick around a bit. Yeah. I'm saying.
Am I still coming?
Yes. Yeah. Hold on. I start.
So when.
Okay. Can you hear me?
When. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. What I'm saying is that try to wrap up quick so that we can come back again and take your next submission.
I'll just wrap up. I'm wrapping up. So when those people people that are that serve the role of validators, they log in their credentials to do the validation. Now they commence the validation process after logging in to validate all staffs under their various institutions. They realized that those two allowances were taking effect. But after they finished validation and salaries were paid, we realized that those two allowances were not paid. And that is the first time we are seeing this in this country. They were not paid.
Okay.
Those two allowances were not paid. But when you check the salary payment voucher, there was an indication that those two allowances, the first allowance that was increased from 1,200 to 2,400, and the additional 800 digital allowance were all captured as part of the electronic salary. But they were not. So your mama has intentionally, in the face of the controller, add more bitterness to teachers.
Okay.
So if you should do this to teachers, what do you expect to be the outcome of it?
Yeah.
You understand that?
Yes, sir.
When you go back to 2012, teachers that were employed by John Dramani Mahama, those teachers worked for 12 good months, one annual year. Then at a point in time, John Mahama wickedly introduced a 3-month pay policy. He paid them only 3 months, and then the 9 months outstanding arrears were not paid. Those teachers still exist in the system.
Okay.
Teachers that were recruited, the last batch of teachers that were recruited by Akufo-Addo Bawumia government, and I can tell you on record, even if you add the legacy of late Mills to John Mahama's legacy in 2012 when he was a president, no government has ever recruited more teachers and more health professionals than Akufo-Addo Bawumia government.
Okay.
Akufo-Addo Bawumia government from 2017 to 2024, they recruited over 96,000 720 something teachers. And the last batch of, I was employed by the Akufo-Addo Bawumia government. And I worked for a period of 10 months, and all my salaries were paid with arrears.
All right.
So as I speak to you, the last batch of teachers that were recruited by Nana Addo Bawumia government before they left power, those teachers actually worked for a period of 15 good months. But when the salaries of November were paid, that was the only month they were paid for. The remaining 14 months has not been paid. So those are the things we are talking about, Mr. Felix.
All right. Just hold your breath for me. Just hold your breath for me. Because I want to finish with my guest so that he can go on, and then the rest of us here can do the rest of the the discussions. But breaking news, Janis, breaking news. Everybody watching, Ghana went for the draw today. Now World Cup draw no, my mom information kakra. Ghana last group numu. Ghana ne last group. Your last group group L. Emu. Now one more you know about England, Croatia, Panama. Me say as Ghana group no. You England, Croatia, Panama. Tino the eye ne the natural said the eye no. Ukofe busueni ede ne bedi o man animu a okovotu bia nsemhunu ne yede bre yen eyinom karasao ne hwanhwan ni na kata no wo ho a esesanke ne kata no ni na eko group mako piepia mo ho ade enye airplane na ete ahwe a na eye blanket ya yewia no wo yi hotel Ghana players bibia basa na me bon pa is this time no man enfesika enkotena play mu enfa nkoma players because last time we call World Cup no or banan crofo akonum kubensu 100 Ghana ekodi dokuno 20 Ghana per ball near the idea. Internet, that is the breaking news. Actually, made in kind account of so Ghana is in the same group with Panama, with England, and then Croatia. Unyamemwae. Me pato senior Charles Yamwa me ba mo so bas me pese me ne me guest no ewie. Chairman Janis, why are there? Say one atena ha one me lady obaya. Mr. Kojo DC, Charles Munina, Sister Ellen Munina, my idea said when me has take up to this time. And tell you the baby now me will be a chairman.
Me a clarification with Chairman Janis Nance and be all kind of.
Okay, but you're clear.
No, I reckon that anything I ne de go on no na Chairman Janis O2 for the aya yana jubro. But more saying there NDC for no. The country Ghana no is very polarized between NDC and NPP. It is at the Bonnie Crampo na NDC for no ya. And Crawford University and Crawford Kita was young ma unity. And so no at the Bona NDC for yana Oba ha Omano and Oba ha Omano no can kono. One can want some more in there rather no. Wobo support at the bona NDC warrior no. Nti ehwe Ghana says here emano watete wa pansam. Nti no hwede says here enwana emano Ghana wa bo ho ka onye wona ba amanone wa ba besuan ma wo ba graduate na wa be fie na wo za abobo ma no. Wa sheda was the previous party need to call. Nti no or the home office for deport one. Now government is a continuum what the kawa say education, why a budget education and health or a priority for the government. And you know, why the one pesca no won't ya rather than what the 78 million was Akama a kwacho for su. And you know, and this you know, a man on into there, Ghana for no yes, BBP in summer oracle, the near there, and this party no on Wagana, now on Wagana so. Now last year, Tama Wayak resort no. Mahama Jina simple so catch Ghana for the Moframa no way you na Akufo-Addo no watch on we in says I'm so we mean our person right in say no on enough is that na nkrofo no kaya exams the whole Ghana or you done the whole Ghana result no or you very bad at least one region and one district or the whole Ghana into your boapaye na NDC why no just to denigrate Akufo-Addo na SHS no the ono na onye papa onye adze papa ntina nkrofo no wo pass no na say free SHS no onye adze papa ancha amoni oye den na oba Brunei wan won UK ho wan won UK wan go school UK nso oba no Brunei University one of the top universities were UK or West London right na brofo no won tum no say wa pass why as the first degree mo pass mo with high with distinction ewa nso dem free HS na okre nti so wie ma nka oye den na oba ya otumi nye abrofo wo compete wa ha ewa nti no NDC fo no wa shada wa bobo na wo ye wo say education system no na worry with egu abanda down na wa basen ko no n'enyim ase nti that is their evidence o chere wo be fail mo from no
okay me that say chairman me patcho me ba so on but one say kojo DC dina so chair nti pesanka
kojo DC Charles
patcho ube we in kakra dia ecos we ube on meeting na we in kakra na come to me the last set of questions now but now everyone gets a bite of it and then we are done. Mr. Kojo DC ube on meeting oh Mr. Kojo niho hard journey. Okay, me fia jina so mame na me ne empanifo no wie na afei yenya conversation na ma ya ho ye 1 hour more to exhaust in all sorts of conversations let me finish with the leadership and then I will come back to it. Mr. Kojo Waba and I still Kojo man. Okay, Chairman Janis ye DNDC for unkomo pi mi be jama wakono education e de wedding ka kire mu dia aye kwam se Kojo asan aye education e de wedding ka kire mu dia eko na yani so se utumi ba ya oni ye ba be di enkomo Mr. Kojo Waba
me wa Felix.
Okay, we there enkomo akoso so far my small my small my kakra efa ho na let's move on.
Me that's bebre the kan minda wo wase na minda Margaret Thatcher ya one and only by from pon at a chairperson yenda na say na minda me am chairman amrantie chairman back up person.
Yes.
Ade ni say ade ba kwa nyina esi hunu say nkola disuade na ye ka ho asem no na de amana ye din ni say unse abanya e wosi omo wotrimpo bi a omo de baaye won say ase ne wotu obi ho pe atimfo obeka
yeah
na afi uku hu nipa no na ne ye baako na hu nipa no se ni subanti a edin sene ubitimi ayi ho ayi saa pena na wo peno nti de chairman kan ni obaya kan ni the gentleman okasa asisia no eyade a se wawi wo kwaku na susu wadae
sa
enoma na ye awa ban mu no eyade a na ebo man no ba mami fa we ntwam ansa me say say NDC afo no before mbeba aban mu no omukoko kan ngoma bi a ye friend 48 laws of power enom de ba man mu mo bi ni say ka bibi ba ye bibi different nti eno no mo de ba ye nti aban no mo ba ye no they have an agenda. They now more is a man for entie the bemo masumo ayo mo de me MPP ni ebe me yase meka sasem so meka say Ghana for so ye deserve the abano cause ya sumu ye de e ma ye kansem to yen ya ban ye na nado dan kwakufo ado aban ne Dr. Bawomi aban so ni MPP aban so sa to the extent say na ye ho aye ni mafu yehu ehi dodo nti sebi se emokra na mede ma na me ma 2 cups no more expect so be all man half cup no eho won faso because I say people were voting against their own interest, and that is exactly what has happened in our country. Into education, me person make ho asem bebre because memma no two pe na metwa so. The kind responsibility no mmɔfra na aba no. Bebre na they are not paying attention to say no. We pay attention to our culture because I'm just basing two things. Social studies and mathematics and almost fairly the most.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes,
and
sir.
the social studies, what is social studies about? It's about our environment. Let's see who be your culture. Yes, no. Ben kolana bana bebre no I know as someone pay attention, they pay attention to more of us Western world and normal consisting what is in their surroundings. Into you know your one thing. To focus on that. Na how as parents no no bi ane maame no papa busuapani papa do be ase ana na bi wu a is concentrated in Accra obia mfa ne bapro nko Accra ase no wakwa ko hu ha no me wo me kola brem fra kosomo a me ko apepem chibia apepem no makodi akwa ama so I know my environment, I know what goes on by musa ye hu say parents ahen na yes ade na obetam ne ba every crying no de na kwa kurase amana kona kodi akwa ama no wahu baby a wo free say ahana me free me a chimney me a santini me a kroboni me enkrani. This is our culture, this is our heritage, this is what we do. I collaborate no wasua. I think it's one thing I see here. Then the second we come to the teachers. Me, maybe I make, and I will end with this. Upese who be our priority a hwɛ ne sikasɛm ne budget. Nti yɛnhwɛ budget na aban no de bɛto wɔ no, what was the priority? Yɛka 2025 for education. If the chunk of sika a yɛde kɔ budget no no ɛyɛ biribi a na yɛ prioritize education a ɛno na resource no yɛde amfa anya no. So at nti no sɛ wotu fie na mene wo nyinaa because government ɛnyɛ different no it's different to say mene wo mmienu nyinaa te yɛ free wosɔre anɔpa a adɛn na ɔdwen adɛn na mɛyɛ a me yere ne me mma bɛnya baabi de ɔm ti ato ɔmbɛnya aduane adi ɔmbɛkɔ school ɔmbɛnya mu nti sɛ wo 60% of your budget ɛkɔ w'abusuafoɔ mu a ɛno kyerɛ sɛ ɔprioritize abusuafoɔ no but wo 60% kɔ ahuhuradeɛ ho a ne yɛnhyɛ ɔbɔtin deɛ a it means that is your priority. Nti results na aba no yɛntimi mfa nyɛ politics but yɛn focus on normal mmienu a maka ho no. What is our priority? Because saa past exams ɔmanfoɔ ka it was an apply exams nti na ɛsɛ use wadwene nyɛ the normal what is I understand by then a yɛkyerɛ no yɛkyerɛ ama nkurɔfoɔ no ehu anaasɛ yɛtwi wɔn na obi akɔ ɛna Tema Janis kaeɛ no ɔse past questions no even if it was an apply exams near the Maya. If we have given them the past question, which is an apply questions, people would have known what is they are anticipating. Say question be a bebano is not going to be what is, but at the end of the day, it's going to be an applied questions where you have to think outside the box. By a nyamba, ntimuma yen focus mami fin chatwo MPP for nyame adomo next year January 31st. Yɛkɔ fire flag bearership yɛkɔ yi do be di yɛde nkan mama yɛmfa nka bom deɛ ɛkɔ so no deɛ ɛtan will have the time to speak to issues but for now yɛndi yɛfi asɛm nwie but mama yɛmfa nka bom. That should be the first priority. Yɛn like to whoever becomes our flag bearer na yɛn nyinaa yɛn focus on this gun because for me they have failed abysmally but yɛn do saa times but nka bom ɛne adeɛ a ɛbɛboa yɛn. Medasi baby, medasi. That was the Obaya me chairman Janis Asare was.
Medasi papa medasi kojo. And I think that Chairman Janis today is one of my biggest day on political zone because kuku earlier on a youth organizer no for we USA dia odi ono ne birthday no na yo no and amenya cheerleader and kasa so ha and just say I mean today to be honest with you so I'm very happy. Now, Chairman, enough of the NDC talks. Answer na major amawakono. Mr. Kojo ended it on a good note for me. Party politics. Party politics. What's the America? Bibi the proxy voting. And you are not going to decline this question. Of course, you would have to give me your mind about it. That's why I'm Elbia. Wow, we executive for Elbia Obekasa. One. Proxy voting, no. Yeah, mami oba ya ba have my education. Bima, me ankasa so ko research kakra. Janis, the proxy voting is not naturally for just Obia own to me my keke just on my who. Now it goes beyond say bia Obi or the vote team Obi. Obi o no yare. Say Obi yare na out of the yare into own to me nkonko to aba. Say mo de san chiche ya committee dey abia mo de san franchise no. Nti enye na na wa ho den say bia anka ebeko. Obi o wa ni kunu akoye surgery. Sebe yakoyi ne two say onye obi a obetena ne nchen. Na o ka kire ne say to me a ye de man so obetumi e show na dwene no ende ye anu afiri ho because asimesi bi say and you people cannot run away from this. Asimesi bi say see ye use proxy voting na obelusu. Ye use proxy voting na ye be wiem enu tie use proxy voting. Why should we touch something that is not broken? Why is NPP leadership? Why are you people toying with our hearts? Political communication. What is going on with you people?
Yo, Felix, I knew said this was going to come up. This issue about proxy voting, especially relating to the diaspora. I know, sir, when you talk about proxy voting now, you can expand it to say, okay, you know, Ghana need be or TFA, or Yari, and I said, you have to remember be physically present at the polling station. So some way say by, you know, if you ask me, I want to take it from two areas. Okay. One, the first part is taken in terms of principle. When I say principles are things that cannot change with time or era or social or culture. So in principle, I believe that positive voting should have been allowed because it allows for you to have more people to show their concern with the election process. But especially we in the diaspora. But and in this day and age, there are a lot of ways that you can have proxy voting done, you know, where you don't have to have physically present. So by US, I always say, there are ways that we have mail-in voting, but we have systems in place to check, to make sure that these things are authentic. So electronic. What they do is you have to have physical presence where they can verify you on video, make sure that the person that is voting is actually the right person that is doing it. So in principle, I believe, sir, proxy voting should be allowed and should have been allowed by the party or considered. But why am I paraphrasing this? If you look at the backdrop of what has happened in the party, and that is very, very important. Baby, a feedback, right? As a party, and you have a party now could do in some party name, right? Most of the issues with this party right now that we are facing right now, so breaking out to the very simplest level, it boils down to trust.
Trust.
That is the key issue as a party, MPP. Obia and G, Obia and D. We so Miami Waha, and I got to about 12 a.m. Now, because the album, and I must mention to trust has broken down at every levels of the party. So right now, what the party is going to, they're going to a restructuring system, and when they're doing restructuring system, that it comes with pains. And yet, but some of this restructuring comes with pains, and sometimes this pains comes with making difficult decisions that might not be the best decision at the moment, but ultimately will lead to the best decision. What I say? Yes, when the issue about proxy voting came up, my first was we need to allow the diaspora to vote because we as a diaspora we need to fight it. Okay, but what happened? Proxy voting for whatever issues that they had. I'm not going to sit here and deliberate on that. I say, proxy voting. What I say, so if as a party we are championing democracy, and 4 out of the 5 people say they don't want this in this current election, because don't forget, every election is going by their own CI, even at the national level. But so whatever they are doing now doesn't mean it's going to transpose onto the next election. We can have a totally different set of rules. Then from where I sit, I'm not going to fight it further. if it's going to help deepen the cause of democracy in our party, because that's what the party is going through restructuring, and we need to bring that trust levels back as a party. It's very, very important. See, I address it, and about the trust back, and we'll face it over and over again, because that is the key issue that is hunting us. In terms of, but Mamika said, on this program voting, where it concerns us as a diaspora. One of the issues that I have, and the things that we all didn't, or we all feel as a diaspora, let me put it that way, was when we went to Ghana. I said, reforms, right? And this concerns the diaspora. One of the reforms that passed was constituent, external branch executives had to vote in this election.
Okay.
To quote it verbatim. Okay. Okay, external branch executives, sir. Chapter executives, or branch executives, they consider the external branch because without a chapter, there's no external branch. In my opinion, all chapter executives, in addition to the branch executives, had to be part of this mandate. As an external branch, I think we failed, and what I'm saying we failed is we allowed semantics to be used where the party came back and defined external branch as meaning external officers. What was part of it was not external officers. That was not the verbiage that was used. And I think that is where we should have started the battle. Okay, fine. It's all done and dandy. I think there's a lot of things that we can do, but in the context of external, as what they call the positive vote, I think there is more fight to come after this election. But let any peace, brother. So our hands are tied. At the end of the day, whoever wins the candidate will have to come to the external branch to come and solicit for funds towards the. At that point, we'll bring it to them and say, hey, these are some of the things that you did. This is why we're counting on external branches being part of the process. Because at the end of the day, you will need us for this new democracy to build up. But yes, I said no. Because of peace and to build trust, if four says, hey, we don't want it, one says we want it, let's go with the majority. That's democracy. Let's go with the majority and let's have a peaceful election.
Chairman, Mepacho, thank you. One day, Uzikani, or the own wabbing into Unima, dear Pa, or Kana Kama. Yeah, no, young Kanasao. Yeah, no, and you Okumpoto, ya Putogum, the TNSA, number one. The Awokan, was it and Crawford idea? Omo ba yang partner nim. Abepa ye Chelsea, ye momuni partner nim. San Crawford 9 say, yem penny. Your earlier submission talked about principles. And principles are not things to just change, especially when it is enshrined in law. Especially when you have the law or a document backing it, it is not about an individual feeling no more. As much as someone the flag bearers, they don't dictate for the laws and the regulations of elections. That is the first thing we must know. That is where I depart. Yes, asumdweba. Chairman, me pato. Wait, yes, sorry. Asumdwe ya pasumdwe ni nano. Asumdwe ni usubanyo. And yes, I made them no beka se me pasumdwe no. Se me beka ne se me pasumdwe. Na mi suban ne me ne ye ne niama me ye na bonten ne mfa asumdwe ma. Ye mfra no asumdwe. And na ye ka say. Ya enkrofo 9 kono. They are omakoma pa momu. But guess what is happening? You just hit it right there. Young Canada for you waha. US for you, UK for you. Say basa ye kwaya election whether they like it or not. Majority of dollars here, one year, Juma the years our campaign, regardless of whoever win, whether Elon Musk or Beyonce or whoever wins is still going to be cap in hand coming around for us to support. Now you are too sincere. We should satisfy your feelings because on just our principle now law backing in it. According to we should take now say Ubenya flag bearer and they are you now going to say oh since we just use it for the like the presidential now let us change it and now let us go back to proxy voting. That is not consistent. That is not humane. That is a Confucianist agenda because to me Sabi, Chairman Janis, proxy voting, and here MP form penny for Munyana Yana Muslim proxy voting, Debbie. Embranankasa, extra election, so total constitution election, Ankasan, and no Ankasan, it talks about proxy voting. So if you come in and you feel set to satisfy some candidates in T, let us sacrifice the will, let us sacrifice the power, let us sacrifice the inclusiveness of people who are funding, people who are talking, people who are promoting the party to the next level for you, the candidate, to win. Party in a week. And we this time, now was head office. Yeah, the ma, yeah, the Pamuni, what they want to the first in term. Yeah,
calm down. I'm casting intro. You see, sometimes, calm down. I'm casting intro. We all want the best for the party. What you say? I've heard some of these arguments and some of these deliberations. But you see, we should be very careful when we generalize some of these issues.
Okay.
Then you've made certain suggestions. As a party, ye committee elections. So
no correct.
Don't forget that. Yeah. We gave them a mandate.
Yes.
Okay, that's a constitutional mandate. That mandate gives them the right and rules to be able to come up with the guidelines for the elections.
Okay.
This is not an issue about party leadership. It's about following our constitution, which gives them the mandate, the authority to write these elections. Even at Ghana level, election, what you saying? Yes, when we sit and say, oh, the majority says you're proxy, I can see that maybe at the the external branch, we all like proxy. Okay. But have we done a census about Ghanaians? We've not done that. So let's not generalize our statement. Because I understand, okay, we do a lot of things as a party, right? Might look right, that we will be able to reform what I say. But when we begin to castigate ourselves as a party without getting to the nitty-gritties of the issues now, so intimately the way I want to take this proxy issue is, as I said, no, the committee no coin in some see what I say. Some on my proxy coin, obi call winning with 20 votes, right? I'm gonna say, oh, say a kind. Yeah, so or the proxy win. We'll be back at the same mandate and queen. What I say, the party that trust level is not going to be. Yeah. So why I sit and say, what there's a force say, once and then the committee that we give the authority some guidelines, man, completely on my shame, because that's why we give them the mandate. You're almost census. You cannot sit here and belittle them. They've done their due diligence and they say that's what the people want. Let's give them that. What I say, so that we'll be winning this January 31st. Oh, anyway, team, any academy, intimate party name, and I'm in campaigning. What I say, we're going to have a very fair basis to argue. So that is where I'm coming from. Say yes, we want proxy as a diaspora, and everybody knows. Say that's one of the things that I've been championing. Say we think I don't think that we start on the right note, but for the peace of the party, we want to elect a flag bearer that everybody's going to accept. If the committee thinks that's the way to go, let's go ahead and let's make sure say there's peace and tranquility within our party.
The ultimate goal is for peace.
Exactly.
And I also you say enya den beba. Ade obi so no okonya zero or baby are on to move. And I know so one thing.
And I know the idea. And that's what I'm saying. So now the process is now the better about one thing. You see, one of the guidelines is never to a better about so. So unya year, apart from say one more accreditation, because what mean within that event is that zone. In Sonia zero, each number on 0. And now the number on 0. You see, that's why I'm not so worried. The processes are there right now. So let's follow the guidelines and nobody can come and castigate the process.
Okay.
It's very, very important. But I say, because I'm building the trust back into this party, we are going to face a lot of problems moving forward.
Okay.
And this thing, I always say, NDC can fail as a government, but if NPP is not united as one, Ghanaians will never give us power. Because Ghanaians want to see, said, the party that wants to rule them is organized in their own backyard. But if our backyard is in turmoil, then whatever NDC does, we are not going to win power. So it's very key that we get united, build the trust back, and then we can be on the state. When Ghanaians go to 2020, they can see that this is an organized party that is ready to rule Ghana and continue the progress that we are on.
All right. And therefore, on this note, so meda one more by in us. Now, me pesanka chair lady. Ekasa cause or no, you better 10 warning. So, yeah, I'm bona pump and manatana. One of you who be bored or chair lady. I'm a chair lady. Me patron also found so idea, bra. say Chairman Janis actually he say it's about voting,
proxy
voting,
Okay.
and no one said na Chairman a candidate in Tiakao.
Yo. The who is MPP. Yeah, and we make decisions based on emotions other than based on principles. Because when you look at the data, at least from the last primaries, the data does not support say proxy and peace Emma. And on that basis, that is a cowardly decision in my view. Any system be a sacrosanct. Ye koko jina ho kra say one of nipa ba ku jina ho to no kra no. There were issues on it. 2024 election yakoto ye. Obi ankwa anko jina so kosa line okoto na ba. Nso ewie die na si ye. Why is NDC in court? Say MPP for wiem. Because no system can be perfect. Because nipa ewum, nipa wo muso nipa timi ye niamon hu bi ye niam bi ma, niam bi timi sisa. It doesn't mean you throw the baby away with the bath water. All the lies that were said about proxy, committee, and so I just say, okay, let's look at the data. Data, does it support
what they saying?
What is being said? The rumors and the lies and the allegations that is being thrown out. Does it support that fear now, man, for that facade now, man, for creating around it now? But emotions, they're taking decision. But we forget that it is fundamental rights of people. This is a proxy. What is your alternative to not wanting to do proxy by you ensuring say every single person or right to vote in this exercise or be exercising whether you're disabled, whether on the day of whatever or hospital, whatever the circumstances, what ensure say nipano near was or beto or no akas on to any decision. Let me give you a data.
Yes, sir.
In the last presidential primaries, all the proxy that came for the entire election of almost 200 and something thousand, proxy by 563.
The whole proxy.
The whole proxy. Now let me give you the breakdown. I have a region. The number of proxies that came was 10.
10.
The entire region of Ahafo. Ashanti region, there was an error of 6 in 2 years. 6 Nifuma. The entire proxy from Ashanti region was 189.
189.
Ashanti region. Bono region, the entire proxy was 6. Only 6 people in the entire region of Bono. And use proxy. Bono East, there was no proxy. Nobody did proxy in Bono East. Central region, Nipa 13, and a year proxy. And so where is that lie? Said Nipa Bako sold me to 30. Eastern region, there are 70 people and they apply for proxy. Greater Accra region, there are 185.
185.
And omoto pro. Northeast region, Nipa 2 and a year proxy. Northeast. Northern region, Nipa 4 and they apply proxy. Oti region, it was 0. Nobody did proxy in Oti region. Savannah region, there was no proxy. Upper East region, Nipa 3. Upper West region, Nipa 1. Volta region, NIPA 3. Western region, 1.
1.
Western North, there was no proxy.
Western North, no proxy.
External branches, which is us, 78.
78.
78 out of 324 delegates from the external branches.
Oh,
so how
really?
can anybody stand anywhere to say, first of all, proxy is being abused?
And
two, it is a vehicle for rigging an election, and that more than one person voted 30. One person to be 230. I have the entire proxy list of names of people who voted proxy for people. If MPP USA, there was no proxy. The first external branch list. MPP USA. All our 12 delegates were on ground to exercise their vote. They are new proxy. And so that's why. So I want it to sink in. Say this proxy thing is not about us. It is a principled position. And MPP USA, every single member was in Ghana to vote. So how can anybody say that system?
Internet just say NIPA 300, delegates 300, one more a use proxy.
Yes.
Nina 78 pay.
From the external branches, yes.
And they say you crowd the diaspora for the and benefits how.
Exactly. A lot of us went and then you be abused. So for genuine reason, no being to me. The law allows to say, or who can say, as long as you have a new mechanism in Maya or debate that's what to naban. Or who can say, make say, me or buyer or send it to my baba, mean to me. Wolf Felix, what to a bunny be? I trust you, say, Nipa and Passa me to manano, Uka over to mammy. And Tiji neko to mammy. As long as we have not find an alternative system, I debate, proxy no is enshrined under law.
That was my point.
External branches. Let me give you a breakdown. Now, then you see the hypocrisy of people when they are making this argument. United Kingdom, only 2 people applied for proxy in the last primaries. UK.
2.
Sweden. Sweden, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. NIPA 5 from Sweden. And I'm applied for proxy.
Yo.
Spain. NIPA 5. South Korea. NIPA 6 and a year proxy.
Okay.
Qatar or Qatar. NIPA 7 and a year proxy from Qatar. Norway.
Norway. But you Norway, I
NIPA 4.
4.
Netherlands. NIPA 3.
NIPA 3.
I think eventually became 2 because one had what was an error. Okay, Middle East. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11 or so. And we a proxy. There's a Mexican out of the 12 votes they had, NIPA 11, a year proxy. Only one person in the backgrounds, but 2. And the people that voted for them were people from, some of the people were from Ghana, some of them from Italy.
Okay.
From Italy, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. NIPA 5. Italy. No, me a proxy. Ireland, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ireland. Germany, 1, 2, 3, 4. France. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. NIPA 6.
France 6.
Finland, NIPA 1. Victoria Guinea, NIPA 2. Denmark, 1, 2, 3, 4. NIPA 4. Canada. Canada. Canada, nipa 3. I think it's one film. Nipa 3 from Canada. And a proxy. Belgium, nipa 2. And a proxy. Austria, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nipa 5. Austria. Australia, nipa 2. Also from Australia. No, proxy.
Okay.
So how can anybody
Out of Africa?
How into Oma mudi ma mo mudi interest Oma nye proxy. US, Ivory Coast, Togo. No proxy came from there. So proxy is not abused, and the numbers are not staggering, but it is a tool that I say Nipano, he has earned his right to be a delegate. Wa ye adwumaden wa som party no. And a party no I decide abutre na mano. So we get there to about to be. Na mo yama akwansidie bia emma wakwan mu. Se bibi nti na wutimi ma. Yare, disability, whatever. This provision is there. Until such a time, say as a party no, you be finding other mechanisms say be to abano. The proxy feature has been used.
Okay.
Na wuntimia. Na why then? What delegate?
Somebody to go and do for you.
A person has to be a voter himself. And one person cannot vote more than one. So people can just lie their way to undermine this system and then turn around and say, a crime so let's have us what to yaba. And now we names oppose proxy. Now names a mechanism and cabet mafaso na dia to abana. Now fe wakona wakusa ntokwa and yet the emotions as a party they make a take a decision. Emotions say will be beka say and deny then. The emotions be jina so dia adia emrem ewom na ya gia to mu say enu nti tis obi ye ni frani wo party nim obi ye bubuani wo party nim a we are telling him say peace no peace nti all right or fundamental right no
should be abused.
Yeah, so because he person a peace, a mirage of a peace. I want to catch yourself away, sir. Proxy a year film. Election never come. And who bears crojing obeying after the fact. I don't know, you know, your honey as answer. You don't know your as a dear principled position. Sir, come as a buyer. Election you turn every single month. I met Makoha, Ghana, Wako to be. But it's not about me. So, Standard Branch, ye jaya near your trauma Ghana for the tree of when it comes to principal things. They will double down on the things on May 2018. And at the parliamentary caucus of the party. Acquires a constitutional amendment. And the Shamu say external branch for Mukuta dual citizenship. You cannot hold any position in the external branch. And at the parliamentary caucus, so that was their proposal for a constitutional amendment. It's all external branch now. Who you dual citizen, one naturalize here. You cannot hold any position here in the external branch of the party.
Hey.
You who say you mrabone and you also a constitution because article 92 article 94 in the Ghana constitution France on dual citizenship to contest in positions like member of parliament and all that and by extension party constitution so anyintum say we kuta dual citizen untimi member contest position either in Ghana or in the external branches. And I'm saying then you might as well tell us external branches no party magu external branches.
Of course.
The branches are boa party no from 1992 man the party na nice region so now you who nimfa so BMT mo to yago. Then it will make sense because you the external branches is as much as dead if that rule becomes the norm.
I agree.
Yeah, maybe branch him why the executives do na citizens of America naturalized. And by that extension, they cannot contest to be branch officers, and they cannot even be chapter officers because omo dual citizenship. Some of us has to stand and fight this. We fought this on principle, not because me a naturalized citizen. I have not naturalized, and that's my own decision not to do so. But there are so many people I work with who have naturalized. And on that score, no, I don't need somebody to come and tell me as a leader of the party here, say, I'm fighting for my members. I'm in him says, I'm bonny way, I share my party with the bar, a bet coming call for you now. Good one. We stood up, we went to Ghana, we had a press conference, we made noise. To the level of, we met the parliamentary, some of the parliamentary caucus, we met the president, of first hit Neban. They back down on that proposal. The core conference, no, they did not even read that, that motion. But the external branch, and at that time, no, it was US, UK, and I think it's the Netherlands. And you're taking this issue on. Put our resources where our mouth is, and you're fighting, at the end, or free ho. And then you're fighting Masadi Rabbit, no, not as somewhere back. You didn't say so no. Countries and people din. Sir, proxy no use that facility. Because you be a students, be a juma some on that type, a juma man quite be ma how crop kwalano or pick school who is doing that. And your challenges no is genuine. Now in the wisdom of the framers of our laws, we ask just to protect the vulnerable. Mosidon, some presumed peace binti. Yenti amount for far who dear so. Now, what is the guarantee that our peace no yebenya?
That's also an issue.
When you look at the numbers we are, how can these numbers have impacted proxy? Say proxy no, a vehicle will be to 10, 20. People just lied, leaders lying.
Now debut.
Branches, your maya who pine Emma amount 48 year far who dear so to that extent. Next time, no, or the be round them.
Aye.
Or the be round them. Some people who share or much of wechi. No turning against the external branches now yet tries to fight on a principled position. And the massa CD in that fight against themselves. See one member, one vote in 2028. Member is going to be part of the exercise. And yes, I saw Ghana once and Alberto. When all the constituencies are being told to say, would you tell constituency on the Tuaba? Name a best and our branch, yeah. The only way you can show that you love the party is to be ticket to Ghana. And the Chesa would the party. That is how low we have reduced ourselves to. And who told somebody say it's about money now, depend on Ghana. And Brand
right after Madam, now we want them.
One this share some. And then some of our people are asking, so you're Ghana, any baby a better a party in my hotel Adana. No, my hotel that Ubejina hotel baby as after the next flight, this after where you came from. That is how low and we have reduced ourselves to. Now, according to Ghana for a tiabuchi, near who send ye the near Mako Ghana pot, or more yiri. There's a Ghana as a Ghana cabia and a pot of one tiabuchi knows yitia. Now, asama banner was here fighting your ma prot duties, yeah, less. I know bit your butchers or fighting, yeah, fighting. And they think that they are the wise people, they think that they are the smart people. It's sad. It is very sad and very unfortunate. Say,
right.
Some of our people have allowed themselves to be used to that extent.
Okay.
So, the puppet of people. And the I can't say I say what's the word? I say yasum nipa. Yasum party no. And the value of the party. Name yasum nipa. Me support two candidate A on penti me so me pe. Nti kwan bia so ade papa no me to ho ama ade na ye bone. How can we do this to ourselves and we call ourselves and we are principled people? We are not.
Okay, madam.
Jokers.
So far statistics, the figures me no mafa so far. My father 189 and I'm mafa 78 no. Okay.
Listen, yama.
Yo, and I'm mafa 78 no. Nti na say ye hwe mu kra na enipa ni bebre wo diaspora no bebre na tumi ko Ghana ekoto wo man kasa omo aba o.
Because that time no each external branch be a delegate votes na 12.
Oh, okay. And because we say Norway and California be brinano echo Ghana and ekoto wo mo aba. Nti those
Norway for there were people who did proxy.
Yes, Annie. Yeah, I mean they got the highest number of proxy. I mean,
it was middle.
I'm saying Qatar for the Qatar had 11.
Middle East, Qatar 7. Middle East.
Okay.
I'll send you the record.
Me patro dey. I mean, me person make an Chairman Janis, and thank God that everybody is here. This is what I want. Now, I mean, like Chairman Kojo also. I mean, like we also have them. They also the other. The American say proxy no simple. Yeah, then I to me say no. Policy or no machine is absolute. And there might be one or two hinges here and there. So couldn't they have the people now almost say and Crawford told 30 they don't trust the process no. Couldn't they have, and this is just couldn't they have found ways to say cheating now doing some Crawford cheat here? No moon to me have a way be a authentication. I am more rigid. Now, because right now this is what I see. I might be wrong. When I'm over offices, I'm in the so. It is not broken, but somebody suspects that it is being compromised. So we must use some think, to fix something that is not broken. I don't think that is the right way to go. Again. I'm also beginning to feel, say, and this one, I mean, you guys are the leaders. you can choose to say yes or no. Say me, Chairman, say now me $1,000 for every election because me say me a delegate. I remember to aba. Now Emma me feel say try about to me got to be me the who me want to say the Canada for good page so me be. Oba your Canada page no so abra head you know much no. I'm a delegate. Now, sir, power now has been taken away from me. Chairman Janis, honestly, we are not saints. You are telling me, say, the next round, no, whichever candidate win, Oba, me man 1,000 Ghana.
Yes, and then I may catch you on him. So you see, this fight, right, has to start from the diaspora branches. Getting equal rights as any branch in the any organ within the party or any institution within the party. I'm make so. Also, Madam Chair Kassan, okay, I say Ghana more constituencies, sir. We think about our constituency, right? So why couldn't there be a provisional diaspora branch? It's me too about your diaspora.
Okay, that's even good.
What you say? So for me, from where I sit, no.
Let me give you.
Go ahead.
Let me give you a little background. This whole, starting the external branch chairpersons, we came together and said, let's propose an alternative. Because even with the proxy, still some people will have to go to Ghana. Let's propose an alternative for consideration by the committee. Our presidential elections. We first wrote to them with suggestions, say they can look at these options. Yeah, where external branches, because primaries is more decentralizing.
Yes.
To constituencies any other day over the period. Yes, external branches yeah, ba. Yeah, yentimi mba no. Omo use proxy any other. And until we have these two suggestions that you're making for your consideration. Yeah, we didn't even talk about proxy. We only because proxy the idea yeah that. So we gave them suggestion. Say young created diaspora centers. Europe more easy to navigate.
Yeah.
Because with the bus or train, they can get to a center. US is different, kakra. US also maybe they can create more centers depending on where many
like zones. Zonal.
Exactly. So people can vote from there, and then the results is transmitted to Ghana.
To them. Yeah.
We go. Obia se vusika for not going near ontimi emano. Then we look at. And then another suggestion of electronic voting, e-voting, was also suggested. Any day ma committee. Committee never responded to us even on those proposals.
Oh, okay.
And then proxy now what that na old mechanism I use na dey nim say dem ye dey ho dey ye nkan ho ase because near ho ne ye hwe say ye nswa ye ho. Because first na ye 12 pay. With the new constitutional amendment now numbers na are dey akodos. And so the probability say you may get people who may not be able to go now and raise US we are able to get 12 people easily. So see, and we are looking into 60 people or so.
Oh wow.
And so the chances so you been just now one day to Ghana and like yes exercise. There are people who kept asking or telling us are they expecting us to come to Ghana to vote? People have concerns. Especially some of our past executives would they be expecting us as a party? We need to innovate around these things. We can't do the same old thing expecting a different thing. So we anticipated this and we made suggestion to the committee.
The right way to go.
The committee did not respond to those suggestions. And then the proxy that has always been the tool that we've been using to resolve those who, for one reason or the other, cannot be there. No?
You rather go and touch that one.
So that was a second slap. First suggestions, not okay, you consider, we think it's allowed. How can we have a committee to look into and see how best we can push it forward? None of that occurred. And then presidents who are amount for you, so mama the statistics of the last years. Nipa 563 pay. Entire country, including the diaspora, only use proxy. And also, ask what you just ask what boya bray soon. Just start talking about proxy. No, we started talking about an alternative. If we are saying it's a sound, we can't continue to do the same old thing. As we speak now, some of us have made suggestions to the party, say, India for a population of 1.3 billion. Of which Osha and 500 million or 600 million maybe voters in that country. They have e-voting system of stand-alone machines. Utu ya na account. And train yan two yen ya kuhie ballot papers go for my and this is what Mr. show man we see last election see.
Yeah.
And the very post no that is what no see there now. each ABR because they are not network, they are standalone systems.
Got it.
Now, omo dia two, omaba. Omo wia no bia can resource nya na abom na omo declare. That is India with that kind of population. They have innovated around how not to have paper ballot, paper counting. MPP as a party, we can even experiment with these standalone systems, e-voting systems. And there two a Buakwa South ya can say a voting vote time ends now resource because as everybody is, it's not a ready.
Now more than a digitization party. Now so digitization and technology moon uses are it's way na
and we make suggestion and come with the quadrum and normally a tenacity say how can we make this happen? Minia and I say no proxy new one we don't care because we've created a system for ourselves that works for our members.
Yeah.
Now and for the future. Se si anoma kwa kotiam enti ye national executive election dia wo pepese proxy be adwuma na assistant be adwuma
asemo obi atwere wa ha no asemo a wo kan chairman
we don't think ahead we
somebody just wrote it here say it is not just a sad case but also backwards. How then do you advocate for ROPAL in the future elections?
Exactly.
Because your
entire membership has to go and vote. And you are saying everybody should buy a plane because I know the best person would go party. What a lame excuse.
So I didn't cry there because I'm just looking at the number of people. I'm like Janis. People who say sometimes look at somebody like you, Janis. You are somebody or sometimes even get you on the phone call. Now Abia Obi Kunu akoye surgery waba. Say only Obi Sheno. Now almost say said the beya Obi akoma beto ni yem. Na Obi nyene se ye ria nintino. What the mama yen kan anu to yes. Chairman, external branches can't sing that.
In terms of even fundraising and all that.
Yes.
Because if my vote is not that important, yeah.
Then why should I be paying money?
Won't also be important.
Exactly. Chairman, what are you trying to say?
You see, one of the ways that we need to look at this, is how external branches are delineated in our constitution, MPP party. Okay, MPP party, the polling stations, we have the constituencies, we have the regional, we have the national, right? Yeah. All these structures have constitutional guidelines as to who can vote, what rights they have, and what rights they don't have. Even the number of people that can vote at all these levels. Where do we define external branches in this?
God.
By convention, maybe I'm a region. By convention, external branch of constituency. There is no laid down just external branches. This is where we are.
Yeah.
Because as you said, there was a laid down convention, principle in our bylaws, our constitution that just said constituency. Then if all constituents can vote in person, then external can also vote in person.
Yeah.
So that is where we need to take the fight for. We need to take the fight from where we are getting our rights enshrined in the constitution. What I said. So that way, no be able to go down and say external branch. The might say the thing say the rule is favoring external branch or not because it's enshrined in the MPP constitution. So that is why we need to start the fight from. So you're making sure, say, as external branches, our role is defined clearly in the party constitution. That way, if you are looking for innovative methods, say constituencies, voting or in person at the constituency level, okay, US, you say in-person voting, you be sure but as in here, it lies in line with the party's constitution.
Got it.
What do you say? Say electronic verification na party okay, US because we are doing the same that the party is doing in Ghana. But because there are blurred areas in terms of external branches, the definition of external branches in our constitution, that's what is creating these problems. Just establish and let's push to be represented in our constitution. That is where the fight needs to be.
Let me come in here.
About go ahead.
External branches is defined in the constitution of the party under Article 8.
Yes.
Constituencies constituency is defined under Article 7, external branches under Article 8, and the regions under Article 9. How it has been expanded, external branch. First of all, external branch in your constituency and external branch in your region.
Exactly.
It is a special purpose vehicle. I create under Article 8. Am I who can see rules and regulations to govern us? The last constitutional amendment, we say, okay, in order not for external branches to have different rules and regulations across, let's have some meat to Article 8, structure to Article 8. The proposal for the first time in MPP constitutional amendment, proposal constitutional amendment committee motion because and ya crafty BB as a structure about external branch across board some form of uniformity. The last constitutional amendment, every single proposal was listed under motion. And the proponents of those motions, you listed womudin. A do time I yebe call it motion. No more proponents, no be Bediako. No motion.
Defend your stand. Yeah.
Exactly. Of why you think this should happen. For the first time, committee no just motion proposal or mope for me or my motions here the begina. This July. There are a lot of motions, the proposal that was submitted, including the external branch and our own structure. And so if the secretary to the PEC goes and writes a statement and reference the external branch to Article 7 of the Constitution, he has no clue what he's talking about. It's what it means. Because we are not Article 7 and we are not Article 9. At least the closest we can be is Article 9 because external branches, representation on the National Council and the National Executive Committee, which are the two highest decision-making bodies outside of conference. They are members of that committee. And so if we are members of that committee, how can we be constituency? Constituency, are they represented at the National Executive Committee? No. So at best, the closest will be a region, but we are not. It is a special purpose vehicle the party created for the management of the external branches.
Okay.
One of the things, my argument recently with them, one that Unibuy said, okay, fine. If you are saying that we are an Article 9 organization, Article 7 organization of a constituency, how come, say, the constituency structure of the party, per the new amended constitution, they have 5 patron representation as delegates and 5 council of elder representation as delegates. And not only that, they have 5 polling station executives as part of the delegates. And so if you are referencing us as a Article 7 organization, then these benefits, because you can't say anyway, in told this line. Other benefits be a casa uncle fund who then the way you how is that fair? Yes, your structure, no. Your chapters. So our chapters becomes our polling station. So if that is the case, and we have 5 patrons for constituencies, 5 council of elders for constituencies, and then 5 polling station executives, then it sounds to reason, say, your chapters also must have 5 of their executives as
exactly represented, yeah.
Exactly my point.
Council of Elders as delegates, and then 5 patrons as delegates.
Exactly.
Because you cannot cherry pick which of the constitutional provision I've referred to the standard
exactly.
Council of Elders, police station executives 5 and so on. How is that?
Madam, into Abaya Omokotui. Such chapter chairman, they are to be.
No,
that's what I'm telling you. So that is where the problem is.
Debbie, can you answer? Debbie, I deal. I'm opposition. Opposition, but more person at no position.
Because all the letter back now see external branches conform to Article 7.
No.
Per the communique issued by the secretary to the PEC. Conform to meanwhile, that is not even your jurisdiction. So see, I'm a PEC not abe constitutional interpreters as well.
No, that's not their job.
That mandate.
That's not their job. Debbie, chairman.
Constitution external branches that Article 7. Yes, fair enough. To me Article 7. Okay, Article 7 so this right. And the other so there 17 executives now. Most how they 5 patrons, 5 council of elders, 5 polling station
Debut, chairman.
Exactly.
After Biamunino, so chairman Janis here minimum. Any chairman or dinner, all
the chapter chest.
Why are they for this thing? Why are they supporting it? What do they gain from it? Because
I'm telling you, as a party, especially the external branches, young come boom. I'm making sure, sir, we have defined, guidelines and definition within our constitution. We'll be fighting this. Say now, Madam Chair, and now we are referencing.
We're fighting from before the core constitutional conference. Now we're fighting it.
Yes, Madam Chair, let's even do more. Because a good secretary, you're watching on this program. We need to push and get this thing enshrined in our constitution. Because otherwise, we will all be facing this.
I said the first time in the history of this party, a constitutional conference, a proposal at the core. You propose at the core.
Yep.
But if the committee decides proposal by a so and this is what happens. But in 2018 constitutional conference, every single proposal was crafted into motions and was read. USA and you fight say external branches should be included in the National Executive Committee and the National Council, and we won. It was our proposal. Now, external branch, Article 8, is not structured enough. And the young structure, no.
Exactly.
I motion, could read it. We are to swab.
At least
it wasn't even read. That's the point.
It was not read, so it wasn't part of the motion. Party na kasa de ne ho aba. And very mistake.
Okay.
And you have Article 7 there. Then we are saying, okay, fine, I got to me Article 7. And Article 7 also. And what do they do? 7 executives, 5 police stations.
Online, me and I say, but
Kojo, they are not making say. We know the only penny for at the top. Oh, the only and the woman, Mona mo connected to Yan San Amodiama and penny for no. Are you aware, sir, this election Yamoko to 10% of the chapters are not part of it?
And I'm catching out say that is it. And with that, well, I also blame us as external branches. I didn't tell me blame me as external branches. The motion that passed, said all external branch executives should be part of the voting. Okay, external branch executives are chapter chairs, chapter executives, because we make the branch.
Yes.
But because now external branches, external branches, no. We couldn't fight this, and then that motion was redefined to say it should be external branch officers. What about you? Nobody part of it. What was part of the branch executives?
Chairman Janis, it can't be true.
No, it's true. What was passed that? Branch officers.
Motion, no, first of all, no, external branches, here in the craft motion. The motion was crafted by the committee that the party put in place. And yes, external branches. Yes, submitted a proposal for consideration. We listed our structure. So party the structure no cry emotional. In this conversation, we won't be having it. Where the issue we have no and net they're working. Because defining your role and Article 8 no. And external branches, you won't quite see rules and regulation. Article 8 no. Country be rules and regulation because they do it pertaining to the country no more peculiar circumstances. So there's no uniformity. What we will call our branch executive committee. UK has a different name for it, which UK branch executive committee. It doesn't include their chapter chairs. By US, okay, a branch executive committee, it includes our chapter chairs. Canada will be different. Germany is different. All these countries. Because party no this structure, structure so as proposed the call as well.
Mankind.
Who the blame my external branches? And we have fought to make sure say that structure no bam so that chapter will be mentioned even in the Article 8.
See where we differ on this is what was the motion that was passed. The motion that passed was very clear. All external branch executives. Exactly, that is the motion. So that is where I'm working as to whether how you define executives has to be left to the external branches.
No, it's
the party, the defines executives as external branches. Because it says external branch executives. So it's the external branches that we define that.
Unfortunately, no, we are not authority to ourselves to define it. Anything that through your proposal, no, you define a structure, now you at a conference, now by people constitution, they won't, and it doesn't have to lie in US mouth to define, say, who are the branch executive. Ufa constitution now, it is spelled out clearly.
Yeah.
So it cuts every amended. It says it should be amended. Amended constitution that all former and current executives of the external branches, former and current executives of the external branches. They didn't mention officers. They didn't mention executives. They said the executives, former and current executives of the external branches.
Exactly my point about
8 of the constitution now. No mention is made of chapters. So how can a party, an organization, a special purpose vehicle called external branches, but they don't care how we are able to operate? We are able to operate through creation of our chapters because we are spread out. Senior Ghana, no, we are not operating the party only from the center. You're structuring it down. But so create when you see catch or say your chapters. That is part of this organization. How then do you say a ben swa? The issue was not just having chapter chairs. Now we have not also been fair to the executives in the chapters.
Chapter chairs and executives.
There were 5 polling station executives. we can also have 5 executives of the chapters.
Yes.
To be simple.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes. And I think that is even easier. That would have been easier.
For this and for this and for this. Oman fam emotional ma.
Fellas.
Yes, Kojo. What a question. Yes.
Chairperson,
proposal. And I will say external branches should conform to Article 7. Okay, it's fine. Say conform to Article 7, yeah. And Article 7, so adododia wo enie 17 executives, 5 patrons, 5 council of elders, and 5 police station officers. So the logic here, no, and it says Article 7, yeah, then everything Article 7 is join, we should enjoy.
Yeah.
Well, that brings us back to your initial contention with them, no, about your chapter inclusion. No? So now, no more 5 executives, and come no more 5 patrons, now you have 5 council of elders. Simple. Yeah, comply to Article 7.
Okay. I'm a Kojo, now me be say. Wa only so with the boys were here na grounds no tent na ye ni sisi na me bisa say are you aware say apart from some say ye me na fe omu bi emu we no somebody like Chairman Janis but the omu can on to about unim sa
me aware because I'm so lucky yeah chairman yeah executive of Washington chapter no or bombarding so be briefly, and then the communique na about Bonten so was telling us the same thing. Say, chairman, looking like somebody like Chairman Janis, looking like New York, looking like Chicago. Now, such impending for will not even have the vote. Now, about me, organizer, so about general secretary, so which in our constitution, will be a prioritizing, even though the chairman or the chairperson is the one person that we recognize or not the leader. No, somebody like the secretary is mostly recognized in our constitution than any other person. They don't even have a vote to the maturity. And that is very, 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 very worrying. Until I was aware of the Namimi Howning in Ayabako, and I think somebody took the win from me. I was say, yeah, advocating for Roper. We cannot even give our own people the benefit to do. Let me find win and come. Yeah, Washington DC. Sunday, yeah, we had a meeting last week. No
problem, Kojo.
Meeting. We have people from Kennedy, from Baumia, from other people. So, like the chairperson already said, couldn't we have just have an election, having this leaders, representatives standing in there, or the young funny say, to me and call Ghana. But are you telling me so? Be or to Maryland, and not to Washington DC, or not to Virginia, cannot drive 2 hours and come and exercise he or her vote over here?
Of course, they would have done it.
Sound on person saying, it was just simple. Yeah, Chairperson would have made their own. As someone make and say, no, idea. First statement you made was, we have been coward, and I'm coward to a sense. Me compare NDC to MPP. No, there's one thing. More authorization. Or more authorization. They don't care whatever comes in. And when take a decision, they stand by it. Yeah, they be democracy. That's any debate we are saying. Obian for being bad. Every time we do everything, we our feelings. Are we talking about constitution or we are talking about feelings? In every game, somebody is going to lose one way or the other. What I say, into say me and make a decision, and we are thinking about people's feeling and not thinking about the majority of the people. At the end of the day,
right?
How many people voted? We are talking about since 1990, the lowest in terms of voter we have had in terms of presidential elections. And who was the president? John Dramani Mahama. So does it mean, say, he was not rightly elected? No. Let's go for the bold decision, because at the end of the day, you're the cartel to everybody's feeling now. There will never be an election now. Obi Beni Beji. Never on our life. And but that I say Betima say because I will find the very simplest thing and make a noise about it, and then everybody will be quiet. This is very unfortunate in our life. Me, I am and me how say be a meto about. But we're talking about your 27 chairpersons and what happening nobody's going to vote.
No, this is wrong.
That's unfortunate. And that's my worry. Yeah, because I'm mobile last year. Courtesy Obaya, we spent almost $200,000-$300,000 on you people to just go. And no more pay goodies, no more pay sika, but won't pay your input in any way or shape or form. So how do you expect say at the end of the day in be for a bar? Yeah, for a sika and sambremo. Yeah, first Kabia, Yanji Bibia, and your moody position, or buy out Tiana Monco, the 8 years or Trahawanko position, Bia. But she fought for every minute. Make sure, say, MPP stays in power. Chairman Janis, me, and other people like you are so. And you people are sitting in Ghana enjoying, and I'm so disappointed. I will Obi part say Educhum. You want to California, only in IEP. And if you have to do this, I can forgive. And your friend Kennedy Japan, soon you know now to heavy. I can forgive your friend saying, Comrade Japan. And now Brian Cranston also American, and you know, out of 4, no, 5, no, back I can take say be a 101 man that I know how the problem is. Baumia was in Canada, Kennedy Japan was in America here, Educhum was in America here, and then you kind of saying your friend Brian was in America here. It's in moon recognizing any shape or form about the moon man say Muko do Ghana how they your contribution in I just see a whole train and you better we come to the system, man. And that's unfortunate. I agree with Chairman Janis. I'm saying after this, we have to put our ass together and tell them, say, hey, we also actually need to have a stake in every decision that is taken. And yes, and the more than bar, see any extension where you don't rely on us. And that is my take. Thank you very much.
Mafia, upon an earphone, but you unmute yourself now. My okay, I'm some Mafia, and I can say it with you. In the Chairman Janis, and they are there.
I said upon my fa a conversation, I mean, also, I mean, found that a moment with tearful in any could DC, and the but in fine, Chiapa, so and that Yamadi, a chairperson of buyer, so I see. Send okay, and I pay out, I mean, bombarded. And then but it's very important to have opinions as well. Inti, I would meet Japan. I think that is what we need. Oh, yeah, see that is what we need to move forward. And I send about and I started with proxy. Oh, yeah, see, Chairman phone to it's going down. Oh, yes. So this is the time that we have to be united in purpose and push. Oh, say that Americano. If you have to expand Article 8 to enshrine our rights and whatever the Constitution says in the Constitution, let's do it.
Do it.
Yeah. We might not have the authority to do it on our own. And so whatever we need to do, like your platform, it goes a very long way.
Yeah.
Let's use all the resources available to make sure, sir, we've defined the rights and constitution of external branches, and it's not just I wouldn't even want to call just a special vehicle. No. So we should depend as I wouldn't even take it as a vehicle. We should have external branches in the way that we are supposed to operate. So we are not going to go through this again. And I'm very grateful, sir. Madam Chair, something that I dream but we need more of this to be able to show, sir, we are one. I'm very grateful.
All right, Madam Pacho, answer Madam Bebemuno Mafia. Nanka Obe can be a family who ya Mamma Mercy for Mafia me into you.
Oh, now I'm just here to give moral support to Madam Chair, enemy Ankasami Chairman Janis. It's just unfortunate, sir. you know, that's how I say it. Ghana for no and the aspirants, and it's unfortunate. It's like when they go to sit down and to you know to discuss, they take whatever you know we ask out. They don't even consider anything about the aspirants, and it's okay. Yeah, no na yeah plan say ye beko akwa vote. Afraid ye we free mu. Afraid they we free mu. Just the worst crowd na kojo deka. Chairman na nkasa ntutu point free mu. Amom ngongo ko vote. Ani na chese mu nya ye. Ani na chese ne mu nya madwene say eja ye de ye nkan ne yenso so ye nya adwene say eja ye obibi a anase obibi e be ya ye ndwene ye ho. Well, now Matimia sideline yeah, cry just to frustrate her. It's so unfortunate. Yeah.
Now, man, no say ni dia ya me den asaya me ya ne say. Ade we o ma ye, e bia wo de ama candidate mienu miensa nan bia akoma atom yemo. Now so masters of diasporan votes and diasporan members are grieving. Because they say obi kunu yare na ono na ehwe ni kunu a they say where you ne voting chance every mu and then enkole ya so de den opo obi de wo be ja omo a onye obi ndi say when obi amfa ndia na kire say because of enu nti no ade a na eboa a oh erade nyankopɔ mo dem say
there be chance na mu yi proxy ni cry free ma no explanation no prior warning no anything. This is scratch it. You know, this is how no friend say alternative method, nothing. Just scratch it out. It's unfair.
Mafia wo say sanka omutumi decide we adwuma. And you can say mo Washington area ho nyina mo be vote to Maryland there. Sabianka engrofo ntumi drive 1 or 2 hours en kwa na.
Dabio, Kase, and that's Washington cried the anka, Cassie, cry young Canada, and I yen Otia say, young why not? Why not? We are also exercising our rights. Why not?
Ajisani, me pato en komo de am se san komo we no chairman Janis ebeboa. Next week, I would like to book everybody. The diasporans, me cheerleaders, me the Canada cheerleader, me and Penny Force or Canada no be we cast. And I say who's to me view. I can take with this new app. When I can take over 100 people. How many now? So at the same time, I will discuss it. So say Junior, I will communicate that with you so that you can share it with the rest of the leadership. Now you share the time because I about. Now you one big program. Now you register your displeasure for what is going on because say me, mommy to me there, misika enye enko. And then I must be honest with you guys. Until I may say, Momo dear, Mamo ni omon kasa. Boy beko boom was a salam down half way.
I understand the grievance, but let's not take it. Exactly. Because when you look at the contributions that we have, but we also have to let decency prevail and let's fight this the right way. There are a lot of ways that we can fight this. What I say, now kind of say, I'm available. I'm sure she will make the time and let's deliberate it. Say, you can't find this a year. This shouldn't happen in the next election cycle.
Exactly.
It shouldn't happen. And that should be our core goal. Next election cycle, there is no way the aspirants are going to be disenfranchised in any way.
All right. Sammy, but of
that's it. When you dedicate your mama will be a barka da Juma and sorry, fire will be na your chair lady, the strongest chair lady in the world. Obaya also the good contribution. We also for the past 2 hours we see the contribution. Mama fantastic contribution for for the history of the fencing MPP. If he say you can't diaspora mama fight no ejana nice one because say want me USA MPP.
Baby.
Put me USA MPP because the leaders, the chair ladies of USA contribution within my USA. Me sure that there is any country in this world that must have contribution. No? I'm telling you. Me the leaders, the chair, the chair lady of USA a yearly because of this party. What we call Ghana, what we call Ghana more than 20 times a yearly because of the party. Now, you see, on to mean to Abba. It makes sense. On to Abba. 27 chapters a US here on PL to mean to Abba. And it's
how?
Prosy. You added it, we need to pause the film. Why? Prosy. Challenge also this is the time I was set for your dream, Papa. Because in this sense, also because the show contribution I won the USA before 2016, I won the real party big in Nasi. And then me who challenge and for so power when you're also. Now I say, oh, not go to back on the right, so you see, on this right, no. Now, Frozy, Mimitia, Mintimin Qua, Master Mintimin to Mama. Mimitia, contribution me who there is not any program here or Ghana make Ibrahim in Koda. And the boss of Mintimin Qua, or Minko to Mamba and Panchema Junior, you see me, Frozy, ye film. La ilaha illallah. Party, the party in here. Party, that's what the party in here. Yes, sir. Party, you're just the party in the party. Me not sure say party. This is who expect me say the national election. No, me promise you can take it. I come Ghana. Me go trouble. Me go trouble. Me who that tomorrow America 1 month go Ghana go campaign. No say samba. Share over back share a car watch. O mo gen san no. Me say me right in here Jeff me same. Party na sister party the Janis national. Me contribution. My party national. Win muna da Allah ya bamu karfi da lafiya in so lafiya. This is the time in the kind da kake diaspora ka sa kanka kai wayo kamar mun fight party na yazo power. Frozen da ni banyan je Ghana ni banyan te Ghana zan vote Frozen na wai su ni Ibrahim ni Frozen nan banyan te Ghana ni Frozen ya banza ya shi. May make sense. Those kind of one program no longer singer. It's time for you. We'll try. We'll fight for our right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank
you, Sani. Thank you too. Oh, Chairman, the best chairman in the world, Chairman Janis. The best chairman.
No, but the more fire. More.
Best chairman.
Yo, maybe I free Ghana. Into no yana quick na yana and pennyphone we said the bear data answer. Where Gina Swatch?
Yeah, ma.
Aye,
yeah, my busia phone, you know, money. Program I very awesome, but one thing is a brofu don't so into a man to brofu on bad day. Now, my tea as a more can I say. And yes, I am much you
yate. And I was one also on network now, Papa Kakra.
Brofu Kakra, Chika, and person me bum education, honor some neck a credit. We know, maybe when you say, or person will bought or man for bro. I mean, about time for bro, son, and me, because I say, or man for na failing, or no campaign, also was to come $2 million US. I won't find you free SHS. Intention is all, or ben fairly, or man for majority now. Say money no or money musu enkonkon ko biye MPP na na danko Akufo-Addo no Dr. Mbawumia start free SHS maintain say university bi e dey aba bonten abeka say product e about 2017 no wo mo nya de e wo university wo yenti bi da menim say lecturer bi complain wo sa de no ho da which means say wo mo na opportunity to call free SHS wo mo university no one more yard and NTBBia from any university one. And for a president to me because I know there Bombon, Omu exams in the question is when the real exams in is it because say every work for the nine year my year and answer say because being a teacher no dear me say about exams
ya jina ye o network na nya kra o network na nya jina ye o kasa na tuchesi
hello
afi kasa
I say mo Sam George network na yo the other me can say almost examination or practice titi one no about the questions in the ba say no questions na mo de ba na ye papers na enye sabium ye be try exams na say na mo run questions na e de aba ame atro enti no me bi say oh yeah na examination or practice na fi hin ne ba say nka papers na mo de ba na bi am say obi atia no ahwe say to the soft copy na mo ba o mo ba be run anopa na ye tro exams no na mo pam teachers ni nyina kwa kogu abonten enti ye bu so na mo fa ya exams no eliki no which means wa ya ke fo na nya o madwuma ye enti sa examination no atumi eliki dia nipa se so mo hold responsible eh wa ya ke fo so ati ase two dia ya kan say eh government no agenda say obema kwala na feli ana asesen sansa say timi ba be ka kire ọmanfọ sị wo $2 million na mfa nye free SHS a ede na de kire sị pabonten a wo no ọmanfọ apase because of say wo no so ọmanfọ aniti a enuoma bi enye no ntro bi a mo sa political party NDC for no ye no ọmanfọ re nkonkoto aba emfa mamomo nti ene mba strategic way yan hwe o enipa na na do dan kwakufa do fa wo madwuma sana na ban ebe wieye 2024 de ba 2025 no buza onse wan ne yesi atua neka ne ye atua neka kwa ya sheba 14 months ago ti say ya peso ye timi ma 5 years ye atua 3 months no ya ban na je say eye MPP adwuma wono aye no ono NDC ni ba nya de oba beto aso na mmom oba be fa ono de aye den egu emu sana na agenda no etie enti ya sra yan MPP for say yes pe power na to aye nyuma pa na do dan kwakufu ado ne ba womia ne baba ye so de a ene de yan kan se sa division no eno enkonko boaye we need to become united and san obi kan asem say ye tumi na ye say ye pe ama MPP aba be di nkunim aye adwuma until then senior nkrofo we nya opportunity omo mercy economy no mo ba e mo inherit bibi o nanso o mo kan asu se aban na o hwe mo koye na wanya hwe ni nyina gina se e divide and rule tactics na na o mo guso di show manfo adwen mu yes MPP for ye hia nka bom na ye wini power na ya ba beto enwuma pa eye MPP for ye so na de ye de me fi se MY me nya power enti political zone an me de man no besi
medase mefia medase program na em say nepon mu anu no afi no nipa ba ko bi na join right now ntima ma ono a kire na join na mapon Rako mpacho oh let me tell me Rako mpacho oh unmute yourself why when mute too okay say Rako by so obetie keke enti for ene ya de ene chairman Janis Washington chapter chairman ono eka omo ayeni omudi nkomo no ho eye me ankasa me maame me sister Penny oba ya friend ono so eba MPP chair lady ono so wa ha and Rako, we'll say you are ready, but we can't hear you. I gave you the opportunity to talk. You have to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you, Rako.
Good. Thank you very much.
Yeah. So let us hear you quick and let me sign off.
Yeah, this is just a quick one. I'm Rako and I'm calling from a Volta region in Ghana.
Okay.
Yeah, I was listening in initially in your discussion on education.
Mm-hmm.
And then later on, I think you started talking about the elections. I think about
proxy. Yeah.
I had a lot to talk about education, but I think I'll make some quick one because you are closing. I'll make a quick one on the proxy. One, pardon me, somebody will say that I'm sitting outside and pissing in because this is about proxy matter, but I'm in Ghana, and proxy that is not restricted to people in the diaspora. So we those in Ghana too, it borders on us too. So I have all the right to also talk about it. Now, number one, I personally think that the PEC for me, I think that the role of the PEC is basically to create rules and policy that will ensure fairness and also to enlarge the frontiers of democracy within the party, especially with respect to the elections. And so any decisions that they make should be able to give people the opportunity to be able to exercise their franchise. Okay? And so anything that they do that is inimical or that will restrain or prevent people to be able to vote, I think is not helpful for the party. Okay? And so for me, I think it is not in good taste the policy that they eventually came about to drop this proxy voting. But this is where I have my concern, that out of the 5 flag bearers, 4 decided that the proxy should be cancelled. Now the issue I have is that if you really want to lead and you think that the best way to do that is to let the people who have to elect you be disenfranchised, I think they are starting on a bad note. And that particular decision is not in good faith for themselves and the party. Now, number 2, now, if the PEC decides to go on this route of canceling the proxy, or let me use the right word. Sometimes when we say stopping the proxy, we don't send down the right information. If the PEC decided that they were going to disenfranchise people from voting, at least I would have thought that they should have given the opportunity for those who potentially would have been affected to appear before them, so that whatever fears that they were entertaining, they could cross-check, ask them questions, okay, so that they can be well informed before taking that decision. Now, if I listen to the woman who spoke, I'm told she is the leader or the head in the United States, right?
Yeah, that's the chair lady.
Yes. Now, if you listen to that woman very well, okay, you cannot but agree that the decision that PEC made was wrong. Okay. Now, the question I was asking myself, did PEC invite such an individual, okay, to appear before them before they took that decision? Because these were some of the people that she leads. She's the head, or she leads these kind of groups that could potentially be affected by that decision. Okay, so some of these people should have been invited before PEC to have an engagement with PEC, so that PEC could have been well informed, well armed with the information to enable them to take the right decision. So that's my second point. Now, my third point has to do with the diaspora themselves. I think that the diaspora going forward, in fact, also listening to that woman, in fact, she's very brilliant in her presentation, Obaya. Now, it looks to me that probably the diaspora may have to do a rethinking of how they engage with the party back home. Because look, the way you lay your mat, that is how you sleep on it, okay? Or the kind of music that you play, okay, will determine the kind of dance you will do. And if I listen to her and some of the presentations that were made, I just cannot believe that if the United States, for instance, the party in the United States plays a significant role, especially in the area of funding the party, how can they not be considered, okay, their input? If you listen to all the information from Obaya and from the gentleman you were talking to, the one with the beard, the one who attended.
Chairman Janis.
Thank you very much. Yes. That man is very intelligent. You know, now, if you listen to them, it beats my imagination why the party back home is not giving the needed attention and respect that the party in the United States deserves. And so the party needs to be doing some rethinking, some introspection of how they relate and engage with the party back home. Now, because of time, I will end here. Finally, finally, I think that as political actors, our political antenna must be very, very sharp and should be able to anticipate some of these things coming up. So you can not nib it at the bud, or at least at worst, try to put in place mechanisms to mitigate it should it come up.
Exactly.
Okay? Because from where I sit, it was very clear that some of these things were coming up. The machinations were taking place right in Ghana, and I could even get some of the senses in the United States. Okay, so what were we doing in Ghana, and what were we doing in the United States until we sat down aloof, and then the hammer finally came down, and then we then started responding. And so probably our political antenna will have to do some real sharpening there so that we will be able to be a little bit proactive.
Correct.
I have some more to share, but I'll end here.
For time's sake.
I would like to thank you and thank that the gentleman with the beard. He's a solid guy. And then the woman who also spoke, I think Obaya.
I think today today makes my best panelist. I've had the best panelists. Everybody who has been on the show today has been excellent, and I thank God for this blessing.
Thank you. Once again, I'm Rako from the Volta region in Ghana.
Thank you, Rako. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Chairman Janis, last words. Obaya, last words. Ahaji Sani, last words. Mefia, last words. Obia, 2 minutes. Now, sorry, so Chairman, 2 minutes.
Oh, okay. Ready? Can we jam Obaya since but let me just say one thing really quick. Na me ya aduma me before akwan we su na me catch MPP fo nyina actually Ghanaians aye Washington DC Metro and em wa chire nyina so na me ya aduma on the 27th of this month, which is about 2 weeks from now. MPP Washington DC chapter yeah Christmas party.
Nice one.
That was South Africa for today wa wonim no obi amra me che na de ne amra na yen kan ensambom yen kira ne yen di ne ensa. The opposition there, but I didn't just say Rebecca one more. So I bet you are doing any Jabaso Springfield here of Virginia. The tunes are the plan is ever started by 5. When I say I guess Santem, Wamunimunti, Mepegato be Amrantem, no Mekaya home. Yeah, we have been very fortunate. Say, yeah, branch or buy African point, the Iron Lady. And I'm going to say, what I say, the purpose of who in person, bra. Iron Lady na kaza in person about Kaya. Then I will be the jam kwai. But I must be
I no ma prepare mempa no why na mo amunum se Virginia me no mo aniti them.
Yate. Let me ask you which chief win na.
Thank you so much, and I will see you on the 27th. All right.
Perfect.
All right. Lady can go. Oh sorry, oh dear, oh boy, I be bold. Be bold. Oh.
Felix, how do you?
I still stand strong. In fact, I would like to thank my brother Roko. He made excellent presentation. Thank you so much. I think we need to connect, my brother. Yeah, good. We need to tap into such minds as we build ourselves and our party. It's the unfortunate thing, is and what I will leave with my diaspora friends. The diaspora branch, from its initial inception, I think it was the US, Canada, and then UK. Then later Germany came too. At the onset, from the 1990s to everything we've got in there, it has to be a fight. The party has never sat down and put their programs together and say, okay, our diaspora branches, they are supporting us, they are doing this, they are doing that, so let's give them this. No, we have to fight for every single thing that we have had. From just one single delegate vote up until 2010. One. The entire USA, we had only one vote. But at the time, now the entire party delegates vote was about 1,500 and change. And we fought in 2009 during the constitutional amendments. And then that's when it was increased to 12 for the entire USA branch. And now an opportunity has come where we are going to be given more, and then at the same time, we get shortchanged. We fought to get at least our chapters to be included in this process. We came out with a whole lot of excuses. So the best and short way is, okay, the motions, you are not on the motion. If you are not on the motion, there's nothing we are voting on. And that's where we are. This proxy thing, we anticipated. We anticipated. That's why we wrote to PEC and gave them suggestions, ideas of what can be done differently. They threw it into the dustbin. Let me put it that way. So everything has to be a fight. But the sad component or the sad part of this all is our own external branch members who have become sellout in this party and working against the progress of the external branches. That is the sad aspect of all of this. Because when you know that you are fighting for a good cause, when you are fighting for a principled position, and then you have people within your own circles also backstabbing you and selling out the common good of everybody. That is the most dangerous. If there's anything that will destroy the external branches, it is this one. Too many sellouts, no principles, no integrity. I always say, candidates will come, candidates will go. The party has to remain. For some of us, we are about having an effective and efficient structure. Trust me, if this primaries is over, I see the national officers' elections ahead of us as the most make or break for the party that leave the presidential primaries. The make or break is the officers' elections that we are going to run. The effectiveness of the leaders we are going to have will determine whether we are ready and prepared for the task ahead. Very key. Because the flag bearer will run on the strength of the party structure, the party leadership. If you have a weak leadership, you are not going anywhere. And when you have leaders who are sellouts, they don't stand on principle, but because their candidate supports it or doesn't support it, that's where he stands, then we are in trouble. We are deep, deep trouble.
He is now in comatose.
We are in deep trouble.
Okay.
You take the principles and you don't look at who you support to. You look at the principle and the good of the people that are behind you and what they want and what they have, whispered to you that, hey, this has to happen. And you taking the bull by the horn and saying that, you know what, I'm going to fight this thing to the end.
Yeah.
For the sake of the future. So
Lady, Obiaba Nicole Moba. Oh, ba, and check. Question here.
And keep so that people don't take our leniency to be a
weakness. Time no continue. But your answer, and then question I open so bizarre. Because I have to shut down the Facebook and the, after here I can keep it open. But I have to shut it down. It's for what's the question the match lady? Into a question no say many we na say me close to her now. We can discuss what your submission. Office. What does it? What shall I do? People could be on for the chase of the diaspora. And there is one way the diaspora. I have been doing it. Okay, Repacho, chair for Amoaha. Abrante na semwa obisa ne say. Nanado a pension or say na your diaspora dex and a diaspora office. Sa proxy asem we are bemu e dey na diaspora for no etumi betena no matumi aye e dana so omo ye de fa ho ene e dey be we bia ye enti no obetumi answer na we o dia your final conclusion.
Yo, I'm saying Nanado diaspora office no different from the party's own external affairs office. So there are two offices.
So what you say?
The Nanado's office was looking at more or less everybody bigger. It has nothing to do with the party. It has everything to do with running of the country and how they are receiving their diaspora guests and all other matters. In fact, when you look at even the genesis of this diaspora concept, USA under our former communications director, Jermaine Nkrumah, was one of the key catalysts of this thing. But his whole concept was that the government should have a diaspora, not just an office, but a directorate that becomes a one-stop shop for everything that a diaspora needs. Whether a diaspora goes to Ghana, they want to open a bank account. You go to that office, it's facilitated, your bank account is open. So you don't have to be jumping from one place to the other. You want to open a business. There is an office of registrar of business within the department that will oversee to you, making sure that your business registration is done seamlessly without you having to run at different offices. So we had a bigger concept of that, but this is what we got. So that's what we were doing. But when you look at the party's diaspora, they have become sort of a liaison for all the diaspora or the external branches, groups of the party. And then also they oversee to the sister party relations across the world. We are, MPP joins international organizations, either sub-regional organizations or other, that are the same ideological standing.
IDU.
So IDU is an example, DRIA is an example, they have IYDU. There's so many of those organizations. So that the office oversees to that. And then our interaction with the diplomatic corps, the embassies and all that, that office also coordinates that for the party. So these are, I think, the three key areas of operation for the Director of External Affairs. So everything, because we are not in Ghana physically and we live, so he's the one who helps coordinate our activities for us. If there's any letter to be sent to a certain specific people, he's the one we channel things through so that he will do the follow-ups and then give us feedback and things like that. So this whole proxy thing, like I said initially, our focus was not on the proxy per se, because the proxy has always been there. Like I said, constitutionally, it's enshrined under CI for us. So, and we have used it as a party in all past elections. So that was not an issue. Our issue was looking at, for the committee to rechannel their mind, to be innovative, other than what we have done in the past. So what can the committee do to make diaspora engagement with the party in terms of we coming to Ghana vis-a-vis having something here so we can participate, be full participant of the democratic process. So we sent them a proposal to look at other best practices of how this thing can be done instead of over 800 diasporas coming to Ghana to the headquarters to come and exercise vote, which we know is not everybody who can make it to the place, and that shouldn't be a reason to disenfranchise them either. And so that is how until they did their press conference and said proxy crano, which has always been another vehicle people were using if they can't make it, has also been taken off the table. So whilst we were looking at advancing the cause of democracy through other channels of voting, either here or either electronically and all that, they decided that the one that has been there, the vehicle that people have had a cause to use, which in the 2023 presidential primaries, only 563 people did proxy application across all the regions, including the diaspora. Now that one also has been taken off the table on the altar of we want incident-free election, and so on that basis, we have to disenfranchise all these people who might otherwise, for one reason or the other, can't be there and still want to have the right to exercise their franchise. So that's where we are. But like I was saying before the question came in, external branches, we've not had anything on the silver platter. Everything has been fight with the party. If you remember when I was narrating the incident in 2018, when they said if you are a dual citizen, you cannot contest for a position even within the diaspora. We have to fight. We got the attention, and then they took that off the table. So everything has been a fight. And I know this battle ahead of us will also going to be a fight. So we should lace our boots and be ready to fight. Anybody. And let us not become sellout because of interest. To do that, we are killing the diaspora branches gradually.
Max Okora, your body is too hot.
It will demoralize the base.
No more follow-up.
And if there is no representation, then there will not be any contribution, and it's going to affect the party big time. And I don't think we want to put ourselves in that position. So whatever is progressive, let's push for it. Let's always have it in mind that it won't come as a silver platter. For some of us, people have tried to demean us, defame us, lied on us, fabricate stories about us, but it doesn't move us. Once you stand on principle and you keep your integrity intact, all these things will be thrown at you, but it will bounce back to the very people who don't have the moral turpitude to even be talking about integrity issues or to talking about principles. And I think once we do that, we'll be in good shape to push the frontiers of our democracy and our party forward. Thank you, everyone. Alhaji Sani, it's been a while. Let's talk, my brother.
All right. Chairman Janis ne mami obaya. Last week me did my birthday mamba page so most of man wish me happy birthday personally.
I
only a backstage. I only a backstage. Me pacho Mr. Mponsa me say who you as well.
Yes, Felix, yeah.
We be jina so na mafa guest bi wa ha say. Nti say hawa ma memma no be 3 minutes no wie na memra hawa. Aka me only me trebi no kra ebe kate. Max nyabotre me pa choka 3 minutes be ma because we no 4 hours na ba e ko 4 enya ko pass so eno ano no. Eno aka se be kate me nti o de kasa 3 minutes be ma me na me rapport me to. Max you always here, so it's good.
Felix made us say me Kasafi Maryland bought my chapter Janis chairman I say na Obaya I say
that was
Yeah, Abaya, they've made the point. I think say politics there, we have to be principle based.
Exactly.
It's not about individuals. Individuals will come and go. But individuals will come and go. I mean, there was a time that Edubani was the flag of this party. You can't, if you know at the time you can't do Edubani, now you talk about the status.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And principles no more a habit to honour, and no never guide party. No, and no doesn't care say as me see A, B, C, D. But your man say and then about an individual being here and say every time party obi bam na individual be or one holding he will push rules in favor the generality of everybody. I agree with Obaya said, if they look back 10 years from now you see the same principle and voting. I think that the reason, and I was surprised it would be to say, you don't even the chairman of the committee, presidential committee,
Joe Wise. Joe
Wise. Yes.
Joe Wise, they done a life, man. Done a life.
I was shocked.
I
was shocked because Obia Watna Parliament, you understand the very core of what form the basis of democracy. Now, Obi this half flimsy excuse you, but they just said the party is weak. If the party cannot protect proxy votes or have a better way of policing it and making it credible and saving the integrity of proxy vote, then the party is weak. When me feel says someone can it will come back and hunt the party.
It will bite us big time. It will bite us.
We saw what time now, so but on principle, I think I agree with everything that they've said. It is not about persons, it is not about individuals, because individuals will come and go. Then we should forget about it. Say the party people will come and espouse reasons strong, personal reasons to advance their parochial interest. And that will come back to bite all of us.
Yeah, today is proxy. The next day, it's what? It's going to be something else.
Yeah, don't worry. Today we will reschedule this proxy conversation again. So I will reach out for Debbie, Mr. Mamia now because we need 4 hours and some minutes. I have to close it. I am one. I'm YouTube and Facebook. Chairman Janis, Obaya, Daniel, Mefia, Haji Sani, Rako, DC, Miankasa Mikojo DC, Papa Bipa, Mini Wagro, and then Pennyfu, I'm about joining you in Nara. Hey, Danny, why you late? Birthday boy, why you late?
Danny was so that.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Danny. Happy birthday to you. Charlie,
thank you. Thank you. Oh, no. If you share Facebook, I'm share Facebook. Okay. Most of them, I'm sure, but I'm a mass stream.
Correct. Mini Papa, Charlie. Thank you, Danny. I will schedule a better day. I'm in the US for Nanka Sessia. Now for your proper engagement. And ultimately, be asked, "Wow, buy out me be boy in nano as a down count." Mo send a gift, mo send a stars. Ya damuni na asma muja comment na onyankopon ntine nim nkyerem na onye mo kese asoboni yesi anyboni yifra anoboni yi anu aduane kan yi ho adanse krumu wa ma adwene ye ho adwene bone so damboni refre nye won chefa woni ye peye nam enwe wonam woni ye peye moja nu wo moja ye show ha machi enti amen me damuni na ase bye bye kama Janis said Mrs. Obaya Danny Muni na mo dem me no mo ba ko gidi. Mr. Chairman,
Bradis who obi ada Bradis obi aho 27 fu.
Me ba pa na me se mama ho na eba.
Inshallah.
Na me international dancer. So mama is we ana one. Me ne chairman be kasa.
Yeah, be kasa. Yeah.
All right, me dem ni na say. Bye bye. Obala Papa B, be bold, what's it?
Champion chairperson baako pɛ. Aduro bi anka dem.
Oba ya de me and I was say no I am